So how are you, Tonya? How is everything?
Good morning. Good morning, Zafar. Yes, everything is fine. Can you hear me okay?
I introduce you my colleague first in a couple of minutes. You know, my colleague Nazlı Hanım, who is the general coordinator of the all research centers, and our colleague assistant coordinator, director of the Health Institute Health Research Center, and Mustafa, please say hi. You cannot see. Okay.
Hi.
He is here.
Hi, Mustafa. Hello.
And our computer admin is here. So, and our deputy director of general manager of the meteorology, Mr. Hikmet. So he is there. So
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. I am in the Ankara. Yes, I am participating from the Ankara. Thank you.
Very nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
here also Professor İzmirli. Hocam, you're welcome. Gösterebilir miyiz hocam?
Buradan mı açması lazım kamera açmasını? Hemen şöyle. Ortada duralım. Kendisi açması lazım mı? Talebelerine yazıyoruz. Başlatmak istedim. Bilgisayar başında.
Yeah, our rector, you're welcome. Good morning, Professor. Dr. Tonya, Mrs. Tonya is from Italy, obesity coordinator, hocam, rektör hocam, and Mr. Eroğlu, Hikmet Eroğlu, genel müdürümüz adına konuşacaklar hocam Ankara'dan. You're welcome, Mr. Eroğlu. Hocam sesiniz gelmiyor. Hocam, mikrofonunuz kapalı galiba. Your microphone is off.
Zafer Hocam, kime söylüyorsunuz? Ben değilim, değil mi?
Hoş geldiniz dedik, tanıştırdım.
Merhabalar. Ben saygılarımı sunuyorum değerli katılımcılara.
Our rector says that you're welcome again. Teşekkürler hocam. Tonya, shall we start or a couple of minutes we need? What do you think?
I think we should wait for 3 minutes.
About Professor Thompson. Professor Thompson is in Mustafa.
She will be arriving around about 15:15 in about 15 minutes. That's why I put her last on the introductions, because she's coming in, but she will be here. She's extremely reliable.
And please follow and get her in immediately in 15 minutes. Thank you. Miktat hocam, you're welcome.
Good
Hello.
morning, everybody.
How are you? You're welcome.
Hi.
You know Hikmet Bey, who is on behalf of our General Director, Volkan Bey, and then Dr. Tonya from Italy, and Hikmet is head of Med Department. You're welcome, hocam.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
We need one or 2 minutes, please, I think. Our rector is here also, Professor Kadıoğlu. Hocam Miktat Hoca, Meteoroloji Bölüm Başkanımız.
Saygılar sunuyorum değerli hocam.
Bir mukabele hocam. Saygılar, sevgiler Üsküdar'dan.
Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş bulduk.
Yeah, we are following you, okay? When you say we can start.
Sorry, there's the bells. Can you hear the bells in the background? It's the cathedral bells are chiming. I should perhaps just mute myself while they are on. And I think you can start as soon as you would like to, Tafa.
Okay, so distinguished colleagues, dear rector, dear colleagues from OECD directorships, the coordinator, Dr. Borsa, and also Mr. Eroğlu, on behalf of our General Director of General Meteorological Stations. And so it was really great opportunity for us to meet together here to carry on a very important international conference related with the gender action and climate change. On this meeting, we are very much thankful to OECD to encourage us to organize this program. So if we kindly open my presentation on the web page PowerPoint file, and I just very shortly deal with the details on climate change and action for future scenarios. And as we know, IPCC 6 assessment report, it was released on February 28, 2022. So there were 34,000 studies, and it was prepared by 270 authors from more than 65 countries. So it says that the increasing trend of the temperature up to even based on the first scenarios, the temperature increasing have been expected up to 4-6 degrees Celsius. But fortunately, in the recent scenarios, it says that 2.7, 3.7 increasing ratio of the temperature. So if we summarize, climate impacts are already more widespread and severe than expected. In many countries, we have observed this severe events. So we have looked into even worse impacts from the climate change, especially in coastal areas. So risk will be escalated quickly with higher temperatures. It causes irreversible impacts of the climate change. So inequality, conflict, and development challenge heighten vulnerability to climate risks. So if we look at the women and men activities, gender actions on it, especially women in STEM fields, science and technologies in mathematics and physics. They ensure their roles in public and private sectors, industry and academia, becoming increasingly important with 2-year-long pandemic. So we have some benefits from the pandemics. And if we look at the UNDP strategic goals, we try to share some experiments on the climate change actions, goals number 13, even goals number 5. It is closely related with today's conference, gender equality. So on regard, I would like to say all of the colleagues, participants, and presenters on our international conference, I wish the best. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. So I kindly invite our colleague, Mr. Eroğlu, from the Turkish State Meteorological Organization. He kindly delivered his speech on behalf of our General Director, Mr. Volkan Mutlucoşkun. Unfortunately, he is not able to gather with us today because of another overlapping program. So please, Mr. Eroğlu, you're welcome.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for your kind words to my teacher. and distinguished academicians and dear participants, dear presents. Again, thank you very much for your kind invitation to the International Conference on the Gender Action on the Climate Change. My name is İkmeteroğlu. I'm a head of the Climate and Agricultural Meteorology Department. I graduated from the Istanbul Technical University in 1998. I am a meteorological engineer. And also I am very happy to see the two great teachers, my teachers, and in the university time. And actually, our general director, Volkan Mutlu Coşkun, was going to attend this conference, but he couldn't this conference as having another planned meeting in the ministry. That's why I am attending his conference. That's why I'm in the conference, and I would like to state his respects and greetings to everyone. The Turkish State Meteorology Service of the Ministry of Environment and Urbanization and the Climate Change monitors, watch the atmosphere continuously by the meteorological data gathered from the 2050 observation networks around the country. TSMS, our organization, is a main responsible organization for the weather forecasting and early warning products. And of course, our country, Turkey, is located in the Mediterranean basin. And according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports, because of her geographical position, will be most affected by the adverse effect of the climate change, our country. We know that, be aware of that. TSMS, our organization, the short form of the name, TSMS, informs the public, local authority, decision makers by doing weather forecasting and early warnings. These products contribute to reduce loss and damage from resulting extreme meteorological disasters. As known well, climate change has been increasing the frequency and severity of extreme events day by day since 2000 in our country as well as all globe. For this reason, early warnings made by our institution are of vital importance in order to take precautionary measures by local and government organizations. Also, we experienced last 2 months in Istanbul, in our country. In Istanbul had a great snow package in last 2 months. In addition to weather forecasting and early warning system, we also carry out climate studies. Briefly, I will say a few words what we are doing on the climate change issue. The current situation of our country's climate, monthly, seasonal, and annual climate assessment reports are prepared and shared on our institutional website. These reports include temperature, precipitation, and extreme event analysis and comparison with the previous years. Let's say something about our topic, today's topic, gender action on climate change. Dealing with the climate change is a mass topic, great topic. And this handling by the states, local authorities. In addition to that, individuals should be part of the all climate adaptation and mitigation studies process, not should be, have to be part of. For this reason, gender equality is very important in reducing climate change, especially by highlighting the roles of women. In this context, I must say clearly, our General Director, Volkan Mutlu Coşkun, has worked to increase the number of the female managers in our institution in order to highlight the role of women in our organization. The effects of the climate change differ on the gender axis. And clearly, women are more vulnerable to the problems created by the climate change. There are many current examples of how climate change affects men and women are different. The number of women who died in, less an example, the number of women who died in the 2004 tsunami in Indonesia was 4 times more than men. This is because of the family responsibilities, and those responsibilities, of course, naturally attributed to the woman. After disasters, such as flood, earthquakes, droughts, more women than men are displaced and exposed to violations of many different basic human rights. Women are in the role of, beside of that, women are in the role of educators for their children and others. In other words, women shapes our next generation. That's very important. Therefore, women have a great role in the development of children's awarenesses of climate change and meteorological awarenesses, let's say. Another important issue in the mitigating climate change is water saving and energy efficiency, and also agricultural application studies areas. These topics, to tackle the climate change issues, cannot be achieved without participation of women. Women are half of the world population as it's our country. In other words, women represents the half of the power of the humanity. We have a word, we have a saying, if you give a woman a house, woman will give you a home. As a last word, TSMS is ready to support, to ensure that vulnerable groups are not affected by negative effects of climate change. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mr. Erol, we would like to thank for impressive speech, opening speech. You underline very important parts, the role of ladies on climate change. Thank you indeed. And we are very much obliged to you and our General Director, Mr. Joshko. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
I kindly invite our Rector, Professor Yadigar, to deliver her speech. My colleague, Mrs. Nazlı, will translate by following. Thank you, please. You're welcome, Professor.
Çok değerli hocalarım, saygıdeğer araştırmacılar, değerli katılımcılar, üniversitemizin ev sahipliğinde OECD Kadın Bilim İnsanları Organizasyonu İşbirliği, İstanbul Teknik Üniversitesi ve UNESCO kürsülerimizin katkıları ile düzenlenen İklim Değişiklikleri Konferansı'na hoş geldiniz, şeref verdiniz. Sevgili dostlar, hiç kuşkusuz çevre sorunları ve büyük ölçüde buna bağlı iklim değişikliği konusu günümüzün en temel sorunlarından biri. Ne yazık ki insanoğlu doğayı önce alabildiğine kirletip, dengesini bozup, yıllar sonra olumsuz etkilerini fark ederek düzeltmeleri, bozduğunu düzeltmeye çalışmakta. Konunun uzmanları olarak çok iyi bildiğiniz gibi ne yazık ki çevre konusunda yaşanan duyarsızlıkların geri dönüşü onlarca hatta yüzlerce yıllık çabayı gerektirecek noktada bulunmakta. Halihazırda alternatifsiz yaşam alanımız olan dünyamızın yaşanır halde kalması noktasında Birleşmiş Milletler başta olmak üzere uluslararası kuruluşlar belki biraz da geç kalarak uluslararası farkındalık oluşturmaya çalışıyor. Bu noktada Kadın Bilim İnsanları Organizasyonu'nun, OECD'nin çabalarını da takdirle karşıladığımı ifade etmek istiyorum. Esasen değerli hocalarım alınmasınlar. Ben diyorum ki kadınlar doğasından kaynaklanan yapısıyla yaşamın her aşamasında hayat vermeyi, yaraları sarmayı, her türlü derde deva olmayı hayat felsefesi olarak kabul ediyor ve akademisyen olarak da kendilerine seçtikleri her alanda hayat vermeye, insana dokunmaya, bu bağlamda da doğaya sahip çıkmaya odaklanıyor. İşte bugün de kadın akademisyenler ve onlara destek olan değerli hocalarımız, araştırmacılar iklim değişiklikleri konusunda yaptıkları araştırmaları paylaşarak yine hayati bir konuya dikkat çekmeye devam edecekler. Bugün düzenlenen konferansımızda iklim değişikliği konusu değerli araştırmacıların özgün sunumları ile ele alınacak, çözüm önerileri tartışılacak ve güzel bir ödül töreni de bu toplantının parçası olacak. Saygıdeğer OECD Başkanı, erken kariyer döneminde olan 6 kadın araştırmacıya iklim alanında yapmış oldukları çalışmalardan dolayı aldıkları ödülleri takdim edecek. Ben böylesine hayati bir konuya sahip çıkan kıymetli araştırmacılara, konferansın organizasyonunda emeği geçen İstanbul Aydın Üniversitesi Mühendislik Fakültesi Bilgisayar Mühendisliği bölümüne, uygar merkezlerimize, İstanbul Teknik Üniversitesi'ne ve onun değerli hocalarına, UNESCO kürsülerine, bizleri bir araya getirmede emeği geçen değerli arkadaşlarıma, dostlarımıza, şahsım ve üniversitemiz adına teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Bu konferansın periyodik olarak devam etmesi en büyük arzumuz, süreklilik kazanması en büyük arzumuz. Tüm katılımcılara ve çevre konusunda hassasiyet yaratacak ölçüde kamuoyunda yararlı olmasını diliyor. Saygılar sunuyorum.
Thank you, Professor. So my colleague will shortly translate your speech. Thanks a lot.
Distinguished academics, researchers, valuable participants, you are welcome to this conference, which I call Climate Change with the Perspective of Women Researchers, hosted by our university in collaboration with OWSD Women Scientists Organization, with the contributions of Istanbul Technical University and UNESCO chairs. My dear friends, there is no doubt that environmental problems, which is largely related to climate change, is one of the most fundamental problems of our contemporary world. Unfortunately, human beings try hard, first harming the environment, then cleaning it, first destroying the environment and then fixing it. However, the return of insensitivity, especially regarding the environment, has unfortunately reached the point where it requires tens or even hundreds of years of efforts. Currently, international organizations, especially the United Nations, are trying to raise international awareness, perhaps a little late, but then they try to keep our world livable, which is our living space without any other alternatives. At this point, women who accept giving life, healing wounds, and being a panacea at every stage of their life as their philosophy of life, focused on giving life, touching people, and protecting nature in every field they choose as academicians. Likewise, today, female academics and researchers will continue to draw attention to a vital issue by sharing their research on climate change. The issue of climate change will be discussed with original presentations by distinguished researchers, solution proposals will be discussed, and a beautiful award ceremony will be a part of this meeting. The estimate president of OWSD and director of the Hesapları Foundation will present 6 early career female researchers with award for their work in the climate field. On behalf of myself and my university, I would like to express my gratitude to the valuable researchers who took care of such a vital issue, to Istanbul Aydın University Engineering Faculty Computer Engineering Department who contributed to the organization of the conference, to our applied research centers, to distinguished Istanbul Technical University and its teachers and UNESCO chairs, and to all my dear friends who contributed to bringing us together today. We wish This conference continues periodically, going continuity and become beneficial to all participants. I give my respects to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nazlı. So we are very much thankful to our rector sharing her time together with us. And I just have a very short message from our president. Unfortunately, he is not able to join with us today for another issue. He is the founder of the Green Turkey Foundation. So I just deliver his best wish and great success of our Congress. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Tonya, it is your turn. Thank you very much for everything.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening to some of you. Thank you so much for this wonderful collaboration, Professor Aslan. We're really excited about this special day. I'm just briefly introduce myself and my organization. So I'm Tonya Blowers. I'm the coordinator of the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. I'm actually from the UK, but we're based in northern Italy on the boundaries with Slovenia and Austria. So Central Europe. And but we are a global organization, and we actually have over 8,000 members. These are all who are based throughout the world, living and working in developing countries. And these are all women who have at least a postgraduate degree in science subjects and social science subjects. And so you can see that's an incredible network to have. And we also have 44 national chapters also based in developing countries. Now, a national chapter for our organization is a group of women who are OSD members who decide that they want to get together and meet and discuss what the specific challenges there are that they face as women scientists in their country. And they try and find some solutions and get some funding to run workshops and run conferences and gather data. And in fact, I met Professor Aslan because she is a member of the executive committee of the OSD Turkey National Chapter, and she's doing a most fantastic job. And it's because of her that we have this collaboration and that's and this conference. And we were talking a couple of years ago because Professor Aslan is also an associate fellow of the International Center for Theoretical Physics, which is based on the same campus where I'm based, where OSD is based. And so we met and we talked and we talked about how great it would be to do a conference together. And this year is the very first year for OSD that we are working on specific themes related to the SDGs. And we thought, because we had this contact with Professor Aslan, and because she told me that that Aydın University always organizes a conference on climate change once a year to coincide with the World International Meteorological Day. So we thought it'd be really nice if we could try and do something together and put the emphasis on gender and climate change. So you're the experts, you're the academic experts there in climate change, and we have something I hope to bring to you on the gender aspects. And it's not so easy to put those two things together, actually. And it was very wonderful to hear Professor Eroglu, I'm sorry if the pronunciation is not quite right, talking about the impact of climate change on women specifically. As we know, as he's so very well described, women tend to be on the receiving end of climate change. The impact of climate change makes much more difference to women than to men because of the nature of cultural roles and routines, family life, education, health responsibilities. But also in terms of, so on the one hand, if women can be involved in climate change research, then they will bring different interests to bear, and they will also ensure that different aspects that impact on women are included. And so I hope that that's what we'll be able to focus on during this conference. And just to give you a shorter idea of what OSE does, in case any of the participants and listeners would like to participate more in our organization. So the idea of OSE is really to ensure much greater participation of women scientists from developing countries in international scientific research and influence. And we do that in different ways. We have different programs. One of them is a PhD fellowship. And again, we have just set up a memorandum of understanding with Aydın University through Professor Aslan, where Aydın University will welcome our PhD fellows who come from least developed countries or countries that are scientifically lagging. And they are selected for a very rigorous procedure. And they are all excellent scientists, and they can choose to study anywhere in the world in another developing country. So we really hope that we will have more fellows coming to Aydın University. We also have an early career fellowship program, which is $50,000 awarded to up to 20 individual early career scientists, again from the developing world, from least developed countries. And the idea is for them to set up a center of research excellence in their own home countries, where by definition they don't have the scientific resources that they need in order to do excellent research. So whereas the PhD program encourages women to leave their countries to get extra resources and extra knowledge, the hope is that they return. And in fact, the numbers are extremely impressive. It's something like 90% return rate and completion rate of all of our fellows. And then the early career fellowship is to ensure that once a woman does return to her home country with all this knowledge and expertise, she can continue to do advanced research with the support of this fellowship. And so those are our main programs, and you'll hear all about our third program, which is an awards program this afternoon. As Professor Aslan mentioned, we will have, and also the rector of the university, thank you so much also for your introduction. We have selected 6 outstanding women scientists working in climate change, and they will each be presenting this afternoon on their research and also making the links between gender and climate change. So I hope that you will all stay to listen to those presentations. I'm very excited to be here and to listen to the proceedings from now on. So thank you once again, and thank you for this fantastic collaboration. I'm just having a look to see if Professor Jennifer Thompson is here. I'm not sure if she's here yet. She's the president of OSE. And I know that she is going to come as soon as she could, but she wasn't able to be here before 8:15, so 10:15 for you. So maybe she's not here yet. I can't see her in the list of participants. If she's not, then perhaps she can introduce herself later. She's going to be chairing one of the sessions, and she'll be here also in the afternoon. So on behalf of our president, Jennifer Thompson, who is from the University of Cape Town in South Africa, and she is an expert. She's done wonderful research on drought-tolerant maize, and she was one of the first proponents of genetically modified food, which was extremely a delicate issue at the time, but of course also a very necessary solution in some situations. So she's a fantastic speaker and a very enthusiastic representative for our organization. So she will, of course, be here as soon as she can. So I hand back over to Professor Aslan.
Thank you, Dr. Rosa. So indeed, we need to continue with the panel number 1. If you confirm, I think at 10:30 in 1 minute, we will go ahead with the first panel. It is related with the how gender-aware methodologies impact climate change. So I kindly invite the 2 chairs, Dr. Blowers and Professor Kadol. Please, you're welcome. It is your turn. And unfortunately, Professor Rashmi is not available. She is in hospital, so she sent abstract. So probably, thank you very much.
So are we going to read this? What we supposed to do here?
I think
Yes,
You read.
yes, sorry. I will read the professor's abstract. Professor Rashmi Badwa is unable to be here today. She very much wanted to be here, but is not able to be. She's a professor of mathematics at the University School of Basic and Applied Sciences, and she's also the head of the Nonlinear Dynamics Research Lab. And she is based at the Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University in Dwarka, Delhi in India. You can see all of her publications on her ORCID ID reference. And she wanted to talk to you today about challenges in science, technology, and entrepreneurship through the gender lens. And she has really apologized for not being able to be here, but has asked us to read this abstract. So I will go ahead and read for you. A gender equal society would be one where the word gender does not exist, where everyone can be themselves. Gloria Steinem, March 1934. Gender is a social construct that impacts attitudes, behavior, roles, and responsibilities, the pattern of boys and girls, men and women in all societies. Global concerns and claims for creating a better world have resolutely been shown by the global community in many ways and through various initiatives in recent decades, inter alia. Development planning and community development, the McNamara Plan of Target approach, needs-based, participatory, right-based, inclusive development, Washington Consensus, MDGs and SDGs, etc. There's been a significant rise in the GDP of the world economy, the production of wealth, and an increasing number of millionaires have been witnessed. An estimated investable surplus of USD 1 million and above has also been increasing significantly, which is reflected in growing per capita GDP, but intra-regional disparities in the distribution of per capita GDP also remain a matter of serious concern, added to the declining industrial employment, along with an increasing total labor force. Unemployment has been increasing and declining of poverty has been witnessed, but the majority of poor people live in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and East Asia and the Pacific. Although there is evidence of declining hunger in the world to some extent, which is a soothing experience, we still face serious hunger as a challenge. Therefore, the question arises whether various development initiatives were effective to reduce the global as well as regional, social, and economic inequalities. The Gender Development Index, GDI, measures gender gaps in human development achievements by accounting for disparities between women and men in 3 basic dimensions of human development: health, knowledge, and living standards, using the same component indicators as in the Human Development Index, the HDI. The GDI is the ratio of the HDIs calculated separately for females and males, using the same methodology as in the HDI. It is a direct measure of gender gap, showing the female HDI as a percentage of the male HDI. The GDI shows how much women are lagging behind their male counterparts and how much women need to catch up within each dimension of human development. It is useful for understanding the real gender gap in human development achievements and is informative to design policy tools to close the gap. This talk is an attempt to examine whether recent global initiatives have reduced global disparity and inequality. This exercise is based on secondary data from various global reports. Findings of this analysis suggest that inequality in the distribution of per capita income, stunted children under 5, is yet to be contained, despite many global interventions through various policies and programs. So thank you so much for that excellent contribution, which is, I think, a very good introduction to the basic inequalities that women face, so that we can use as a kind of backdrop to all of the discussion on climate change. So I think that the procedure for this panel, the title of the panel is How Gender-Aware Methodologies Impact Climate Change. And we have 6 panelists, I think, and I believe that the other panelists are all here live in person and will be showing presentations. And we've asked the panelists if they can please present for around 5 minutes so that we have enough time for everybody to participate. And also because after 5 minutes, it's very hard to concentrate when you're online. And so less is more in this situation. And then after each presentation, there'll be opportunity for 1 or 2 questions also for people to put in the chat as we go along, which we can identify and read. And depending on how the time goes, there may be time also for a general discussion at the end of the panel. So Professor Kadioglu, would you like to present the first live panelist?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Blowers. Mamta Agrawal, I don't know how to pronounce, Professor of Mathematics, VIT, Bihopal University of India. Professor Agrawal will discuss how her research interests in applied mathematics and computational biology are relevant to understanding and preventing impact of environment changes such as climate change on human health. So this floor is yours. Do they have a co-share or how they present? Share screen? Allow them?
They have the problem with connection, I think.
Okay.
She didn't accept to be as a panelist. She
Yeah,
should accept.
the panelist.
Yes, we will offer.
We will send a very quick message to India.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually, she can hear us, and she should accept our offer.
Professor Hasin, Professor Mamta, please accept to be as a panelist.
Yes.
Please accept.
We remember this Bihopal as a city with one of the industrial disaster, you know. That's kind of the Bihopal name is just remind me that one of the industrial disaster and
Hello.
accident. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah. Hello, professors.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello. Am I audible?
we can hear you, but we can see your presentation.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Am I audible now?
Oh, okay, okay, we see you.
Yes, yes. Is the presentation visible?
I'm not sure you have a co-host or something, how the panelists to make presentation here. We can see you, but we don't see your presentation.
But I have shared it already.
Okay. Professor Aslan, where is the presentation?
We can open it on behalf of her if you would like.
Is it visible now?
Yes, we see it. Okay, it's good.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Close
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, visible. We can see it
Yes,
like
yes,
a
yes.
slides,
Yes.
not a presentation form, but
Okay, okay, okay. Just.
okay. Now,
Yeah, now I think now it is visible.
great. Yeah, it's great.
Okay, okay. So thank you so much and namaste, namaskar. I am Dr. Mamta Agrawal from India. And first of all, my first congratulations to Professor Jaffer for organizing this wonderful international conference on gender action and climate change, IGCC 2022 today. So, and I'm also thankful to Professor Zafar for inviting me in this beautiful conference. And my congratulations to all team members also for organizing such a beautiful conference. So, and I am also just thankful to all panelists who are presenting here. So, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Everything's okay.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So, shall I start my presentation?
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So the title of the presentation is Mathematical Model of Effect of Energy Use and Climate Change on Human Health. So this is the title of the talk. Let's see, these are about the introduction. What happened actually, heat transfer problems in the body is related with various disciplines, including biomedical science, and have a role in the treatment and diagnosis of the disease. So these type of problem can add in predicting the various diseases and the treatment or giving information in terms of the temperature. So the thermometry process is very much required here, which is the combination of the heat generation and heat loss from the body to the environment. And our body temperature, since core temperature or body temperature 37 degrees centigrade. So to balance this, there should be the maintenance, there should be the balance in between the heat regulation and heat loss. But any physiological abnormality, if there, so this disturb the homeostatic condition for the temperature, and thus the heat transfer under normal and abnormal condition will be useful for various clinical conditions. So this particular study is based in which we have developed a mathematical model. This mathematical model can work in any type of situation if the body is like behave as a normal, or if it is abnormal, like if there is some disease, cancer, tumor, metastasis of the tumor, or if it is a benign tumor, in any case, this model can work. So here in the body, the study of skin temperature is play a very important role, because skin temperature is not uniform over whole body surface. It varies with the different climatic conditions. According as the climate temperature, the skin temperature work. So skin temperature is one of the main factor which determine the heat exchange with the environment. And this provides the thermological system with important information about the need to conserve or dissipate heat. So if there are clear facts indicating the importance of evaluating individual temperature distribution, so the first fact is apparent. All human beings have more or less individual body composition and different tissue types. Tissue types like bone, muscles, fat, and skins. So if these these tissue types are different as per human body. So and the second relevant fact is that different tissue types have different orders of magnitude in metabolic heat generation, perfusion rate, and perspiration, and individual body composition. These are the major factors for the thermoregulation. In case of the gene difference, also means for human males and females body. So about the 50 to 80% of heat flow in the tissue is carried in our body by the blood flow. And skin is a complicated structure with many functions. And if any one the function could not work, there is a problem in the heat flow in the body. So thermally significant blood vessels are generally in a thermal scale of less than 300 millimeter. So it has been difficult to make temperature measuring devices with sufficient resolution to measure temperature fluctuation. And in all cases, experimental results could not possible. So modeling should be required. So moreover, the individual functions in all bodies, different cells and organs are integrated into one function whole. The life in the human body relies upon this total function. So in our body, there are two types of cells, inner and outer cells. So temperature is relatively uniform in the core, but in outer cell, it is not uniform. It depends on the surface, body surface, or depend on the climatic situation or environmental temperature. So it varies with different surrounding situation. If our body core temperature arise 41 degree centigrade, to death will occur. On the other hand, the core temperature reaches 30 degrees centigrade, so person sometimes become unconscious. And
Professor
below this,
Agvar, can I just say that we have very limited time
oh,
for
sorry.
each presenter, so just to ask you if it's possible to go a bit quicker, because there's only 5 minutes per presentation.
Yes. So I just want to show what is the aim here. The main aim is to develop a mathematical model to study the effect of climatic and energy use in human body tissues, especially male and females organs. And we just want to see what is the effect of the thickness to flow the blood temperature. So this is about the skin of the body. We know there are three types of layers: dermis, subcutaneous, and epidermis layer. So epidermis is outermost layer, and how heat flow in the body? Heat flow in the body due to metabolism, due to heat generated in the body due to metabolism, and heat is lost due to convection, conduction, and radiation evaporation. So this is the way how heat can be produced in the body by the catabolism and anabolism. So these are the two steps by which heat is generated in the body, and this is the way heat loss, conduction, convection, evaporation, and radiation. And since our body temperature 37 degrees centigrade, so there should be the balance in between heat production and heat loss. Now we see what mathematical model I want to use here, and what method I can just use to solve the temperature profile, to find the temperature profile for each and every case. If there is a different atmospheric temperature, or if the gene how you can find the temperature in the male or female body, this model can work well there. And so this technique I am performing here, mathematical formulation, this law actually basically based on the first law of thermodynamics, which states the total increase in the energy of the system is equals to the increase in the thermal energy plus work done on the system. So Pearl has developed this model on the basis of this law. If Q is the quantity of energy, heat energy in the tissue element, then the rate of change is equals to the sum of the rate of change due to perfusion, diffusion, metabolic heat generation. So on the basis of this, we have generated a law. This is the law which is developed by the Pearl, in which all the parameters have their usual meaning, like MB blood mass flow, TA arterial temperature, which is the 37 degrees centigrade. We are assuming the blood flow from the heart to the veins, and CB is the specific heat, and this is the density of the blood. So this is our main mathematical equation which we have used in this model. And since we are using some elliptical coordinates here, we have assumed in the problem elliptical cylinder shapes. So this is the transformation of the equation number 2 with the elliptic cylindrical coordinate. And since I'm also assuming that there is our some body parts is not like a circular in shape, so I am assuming here that it may be elliptical shape. So I have also considered one parameter like eccentricity. See how we can find this eccentricity, and how I can use this eccentricity in the model. So this is the boundary condition on the outermost surface, because the skin play very important role. Outermost part of the skin is play very important role. So this is the boundary condition on the outer side, the 7th number equation. And this is the initial condition, because we know the body core temperature is constant 37 degrees centigrade. So this is the initial condition. And we have used here two methods, one finite element method and a semi-numerical method. So in short, just I want to show how we can use the finite element method.
Professor Mamta, we have a last 1 minute, would you conclude?
Okay.
The methodology may be too complex to explain.
Okay. So just I want to show that I have used two methods. One is finite element method, Another is semi-numerical methods. In the finite element method, we have described the whole body into several pieces, and we are finding the temperature on the tissues, on the tissues temperature we are finding here, and after assembling the result, we are getting the temperature. So these are the results, and we are finding the results at different climatic situation, like 15 degrees centigrade, 20 degrees centigrade, 35 degrees centigrade. So we want to compare the result, how the climatic change effect on the body temperature. So these are some situations we have, since we are using finite element method, so we have described like this. So these are some graphs which I am getting for the different climatic situation, like 50 degrees centigrade, 20 degrees centigrade. So it means that if heat is lost at the low atmospheric temperature, heat loss from the surface to the environment. So in this way, we can just find the good result from this particular model. And this is also a model in which just I am getting the exact position of the tumor, where is the tumor situated. This is also a
Professor, I'm
graph.
really sorry, but we have to stop you there because we don't have the time, and you're taking the time from all of the next presenters who will only be presenting for 5 minutes. So could you just please say one concluding slide, and then we have to move on to the next presenter. Very sorry.
Okay. So these are the graphs for the male and female at the different.
Sorry, Professor. Really, this needs to be the concluding slide, the very last slide. Thank you.
Yes. So this is the conclusion part. Okay, in this, actually, in 1 and 2 dimension analysis, we observed that male have slightly higher tissue temperature than females. And this is because male have higher metabolic energy rate comparison to males, and male tissue temperature is reached steady state earlier as compared to female. Moreover, we observe that in case of the higher climatic temperature, the effect of the metabolic rate in temperature is less comparison to low climatic temperature. This is the main conclusion of this result, and the significant effect of metabolism are observed at low atmospheric temperature. At low temperature, the blood vessels constrict, which in turn decrease the rate of heat carried by the blood to the surface, and this causes the increase in the metabolism rate. So the finite element and semi-numerical methods are very best method which we are using in this problem. And the semi-numerical method which we have used, it is a combination of finite element and Fourier series, which we have applied in the 3D problem, which convert the problem into 2D problem. So this is the advantage of the semi-numerical method, by which we can get the result in short step by using a mathematical model. So in this way, these methods are very good methods as compared to the other methods like a variational finite element method for the 3D case and all. And these are the references. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. This all proceedings will be published, later on. All detail will be seen by everybody.
Yeah, many problems. Actually, I have shown the results. Many results I have got here, like 5 or 7 papers I have just shown here how we can develop a mathematical model.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
But
so
this
these
will
are
be published. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, these are already published papers. I want to show how we can use the mathematical model to detect the temperature in different climatic situation, and as per the male's organs like genes. If it is a male body or female body, we can just find the temperature distribution from this mathematical model. So this was the objective of my research.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to Cemre Erciyes as a third speaker from İstanbul Aydın University, Turkey. Can we get her?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, she will talk about teaching climate change and intersectionality to health science students.
I think the first Professor Agrawal needs to stop sharing her screen so that echo. Hold on.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone for being here and organizing this. And I'm actually going to reflect about an experience I had at İstanbul Aydın University. 4 years ago, I was asked to design a course for health sciences students, honor students. And I thought that I was an environmentalist and environmental activist for all my life. And I thought it was important for students, future health service workers, to realize the impact of healthcare system on climate change and the impact of climate change on our health. So as a social work scholar, I thought that I also need to reflect on the disadvantaged communities. And I designed a course focusing on different disadvantaged groups every week. And in the second part of the term, I was going to focus on climate change and different topics relating to climate change, organic food consumption, or chemical use in healthcare. So at first I started with migration, a key issue 4 years ago in Turkey. We had a huge lot of migrants who were having trouble having access to healthcare system. And then I found myself talking about climate change and gender issues relating to migration on my first week. And as the weeks passed by, it was not possible to exclude the topics of gender and climate change from any of the disadvantaged communities, because when we talked about future, we had to consider that climate change would have an impact on the elderly and the migrants, the children, and how we raise them, how we take care of them, and how we can have healthier populations. And we couldn't think of this without thinking about climate change. 4 years later, I'm still teaching this course. And what has changed in the 4 years is that students are much more aware of the climate impact they have and the healthcare system has on climate change. And also the healthcare system has to consider the climate change as an important game changer. So that's why I thought it was important to discuss, to put in the context of gender and climate change. We have to think about future healthcare workers who are going to shape the policies, who are going to shape the healthcare system, who are going to be taking care of the people influenced, affected by the healthcare system. And intersectionality in relation to gender and other identities, migration, young and elderly population, different health issues, different issues, we have to consider while shaping our education system. So today, when we discuss as scholars, looking at different impact, different relation of gender and climate change, we have to also start thinking about redesigning all of our university courses, considering that it will be easier for next generations to adapt to these changes happening, which will be happening like big crisis suddenly, but we expect them to happen. So we have to make them ready to be more proactive about this crisis that we are facing in the future. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks for nice presentation. It's on time. Okay, should we get a question? Any question, Tonya? Should we get?
Well, I just have to say thank you so much for that really clear presentation and addressing such powerful questions and issues, particularly like what you just said, that it sounds very daunting as well. We know that these big changes are going to happen, so we have to prepare for them in education and in health. I'm just seeing if there are any questions from the audience coming in the chat, right? Or if anybody wants to, I can't see any right now in the Q&A. Hang on a second. You have some compliments. A very nice presentation, Dr. Kumar from Paris Power. I think we can perhaps, if there are no questions right now, we can wait until we can come back at the end of the panel session. But thank you so much for staying to time, very well within time.
Thank you.
Back to you, Professor Kadioglu.
Okay, welcome Professor Jennifer Thompson. Then we go to Hansen Anuba. Is she available as a panelist?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you hearing?
Okay. Yeah, we hear you, but we can't see your presentation.
Yeah,
If you have any.
I do not, because suddenly
Okay.
I'm extremely apologize because my father is suddenly sick. I'm in hospitals. So I will talk some minutes and then I think Jennifer will first, I will go first and then I think Jennifer will do. Is it okay, Tania?
Sure. Yeah, please go ahead.
I think we also, but I think we have Professor Katman, Felice Katman, already lined up to talk.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Anupama, if it's best timing for you, understand your situation is very difficult right now. So, would you prefer to speak now or speak a bit later, or how? What's best for you?
Okay. I think please continue with Dr. Kramer address. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello,
We
is
hear
this
you.
Professor Katman?
Dear professors, the professor that talked all. Shall I continue?
Sure, please.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be presenting in this valuable platform. We also Energy Politics and Markets Research Center at Istanbul ID University. We are one of the organizers, and it's my pleasure to contribute as well with my academic research. According to the security studies, there's an ongoing debate whether the threats are still the same or it's changing, and apparently the changing dynamics of international arena are also reflected with regard to threats and security. In that manner, we have a leading school called as Copenhagen School, which argues that the threats are no longer state-centered, but there are multi-actors which deals with companies, non-governmental organizations, individuals, so on and so forth. So their security and the threats towards their security should also be concerned. Moreover, the same school also argues that the threats are no longer the threats that are directed towards the state. That's why they argue with regard to sectors of security, which deals with the 5 sectors like environmental security, social security, political security, energy security, so on and so forth. And the leading scholars are Barry Buzan, Jaap de Wild, and Ole Weaver, who are the founding fathers of this Copenhagen School. So when we think about the environmental security, which is an important element with regard to this comprehensive security perspective of Copenhagen School, it deals with why environmental security should be considered as one of the elements of this comprehensive security perspective. And when it comes to this question, the very reason that it should be considered is the survival. So when we think about the environmental security and threats towards the environmental security, the main reason that it should be considered that these threats are directly towards the survival of the living creatures, which means food security, water security, air security, and these are the vital elements of needs of human being according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's why it should be considered that the recent changes in the global climate, which is no longer change, but it is reflected as a crisis because it reached a point where the necessity that it should be taken really seriously, considering the damages that are studied with the projection scenarios, that the environmental security perspective is one of the elements of the security studies lately. And there is also another perspective which is called as ontological security, which is a recent study as well. But today I will definitely talk about the security implications of the global climate crisis. And when we think about this global climate crisis, we know that the scenarios regarding the changes in the global temperature, the rise in the global temperature for very little amount has very big implications on the water quality, air quality, ground quality, and the very survival of the living creatures. Thus, it is argued that security studies, once again, should prioritize these areas more than other threats. Of course, we are living in a very, how can I say, emergency cases that there is a very material conflict, which is conflict between the two states, Russia versus Ukraine. But when we go down this threat, it is also revealed that the natural resources located in Ukraine are mainly the reasons why this attack has been exercised. And these elements are very vital elements with regard to food security, with regard to the security of economy, which means that the natural elements, chemical elements located in Ukraine are very valuable, which are lined top in Europe, very top in the world. That's why the Ukrainian crisis once again shows that the future of the world security will be definitely based on controlling these resources, natural resources. And it is argued that in future, it is very possible that the conflicts and wars will be mainly dominated on controlling the natural resources, which are very vital for the survival of the living creatures. There are different scenarios, as I have mentioned, and there's a recent study, which is a scholarly academic article, which is published recently, which is a kind of scenario with regard to if the global climate crisis leads to a point where the situation is not being under control. It argues that there will be only 5 places that is available for habitation of the living creatures, and that those 5 places are really very little areas for the considering the current population of the world. So when we think about the security implications, there can be certain categories that I presented in my extended abstract, which deals with the deterioration of the water quality, leads to several diseases, leads to several lacks in the
I think it's freeze up. Tanya, can you hear me? Did I freeze or she freeze?
No, the screen has frozen for me also, which is a real shame. Dr. Kaplan,
Russia.
She's back now.
So
Your screen,
yes.
Dr. Kaplan, you've frozen and the sound is breaking up. I don't know if perhaps others of us might need to take off our videos, or are you still with us?
She all totally gone.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, that's a shame. Perhaps what we can do is we can come back to questions with Dr. Kaplan afterwards. Really interesting questions around security and the environment and the climate change. Those relationships really all important. Shall we go to the next speaker, Dr.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Oh, she's
Oh,
come back.
hello.
She looks like a car park or something.
Are you back, Dr. Kapman? Can you hear us?
Hello, university, and yeah. Okay, yes, I can hear you. You can?
Yes, we can hear you. You froze for a second, so perhaps if you can just say some concluding remarks and then join us for the panel discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, so what I would like to say that the consideration with regard to combating a global climate crisis should definitely consider the elements which deals with the controlling the security aspects of it, like what, as I have said, it may lead to some conflicts and wars on controlling those resources which have good air quality, food quality, and water quality. Thus, since this is a very global commons issue, the efforts in order to provide the security with regard to environmental issue should also be a global policy. It cannot be local policies in order to handle this very difficult process, very complex process. It needs a global concentrated policy design in order to tackle the very difficult aspects of this environmental security, which is the main challenge to the very survival of the living creatures. And that is my concluding remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps just because we're not sure if you'll still continue to have a good connection, so perhaps I could just ask you a question now, if you can stay there, which is, do you see any connections with your studies and your interest in security and the relationship between the environment and security and gender? Do you see the impact on women as being any different?
Yes, according to the security studies, the gender aspect is very vital, because when we think about the survival of the living creatures, it is very vital that the gender roles play a very major role, and this inequality in terms of distribution of the gender roles should.
She's gone. She's, I think, Auto Park somewhere. It's kind of.
We're sorry, we can't hear you anymore, and the screen has frozen. So perhaps if you manage to come back in, I think we have 1 or 2 more presentations, and then we have a panel discussion. So if you can manage to come back in and answer the question, which I'm really interested in, with some, really good specific example, that would be great. And if not, thank you so much for your presentation and contribution. Shall I introduce Professor Thompson?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Jennifer Thompson, who is an emeritus professor at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. And she's also the president of OST. I mentioned her briefly at the beginning and I told you that she was arriving a little bit late, but she's here now. So over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Tanya, and it's lovely to be with everybody. I'm speaking from Cape Town. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my research and how it impacts women, and I'm also going to tell you a little bit about OST, our Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, but I promise you I'll only be 5 minutes. And about 25 years ago, I was finishing up a project on the development using genetic engineering of the development of maize, which is the staple crop in Africa, maize resistant to a virus that's only found in Africa called maize streak virus. And my research was being funded by a private organization, and the research was going into a seed company. So they had decided to end my research funding, which was quite understandable. And so they took me out for lunch. And they said to me, and now what are you going to do? What is your next project? Remember, this was now 25, nearly 30 years ago. And I said, drought-tolerant maize. And one of them, who might not have been the smartest part in the in the pod, been in the pod, said, but what if there isn't a drought? And the other people around said they had never seen me stuck for words in my life, in their lives. So, so I started working with colleagues many years ago on the development of maize tolerant to drought. And we took our genes from an indigenous plant called a resurrection plant that can tolerate 75–95% loss of water and still survive and can resurrect within 72 hours of being watered. So to us, it was a magical plant, and it's turned out to be. And to cut a long story short, about 8 years ago, I approached the government for funding to take it to commercialization. And I'm happy to say that we are in collaboration with international agricultural organizations commercializing our potentially drought-tolerant maize, which will not only be useful in Africa, but throughout. And in Cape Town, about 3 years ago, we had such a bad drought that we were close to day zero. Our tanks were, and the reservoirs were at 8% full, and if they went down to 5, we were going to shut all the taps off. Fortunately, we survived. But what I wanted to tell you is that because I'm a woman and headed up a lab in Africa, I was able to attract to my lab many women scientists from Africa who seem to, I mean, when you think of it, in rural Africa, who carries the water to water the plants? Who goes to the wells to get water for drinking? It's the women and the children. So they are the first people who are affected when we have this incredible climate change. And I have to tell you that in my career as head of the laboratory at the University of Cape Town, I had scientists, but I have to confess, I also attracted a lot of men scientists from Mauritius, from Botswana, from Zimbabwe, from Malawi, from Kenya, and more recently from Ethiopia. So it really is a cosmopolitan lab, and the women have been very supportive. And then about 6 years ago, I was persuaded to stand for president of OST, and was elected and was re-elected last year for another 5 years. And just to say how this rounds off my career, that being the president of OST is so fulfilling, because this organization, and we have about, I think Tanya told you a bit earlier on, we have over 8,000 members. And we have regions of Africa is the biggest region, but we also have Arab states, Asia and Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean. We have 42 national chapters around the world, and these are incredibly active, doing all sorts of things, from, you know, teaching girls about the importance of science, teaching boys about the importance of science, to women in science. Because one of the first things I did when I became president was open, in a certain category, membership to men, because we are interdependent, and so we need the support of the men. But just to give you, later on today, we're going to be celebrating the Elsevier Foundation OST Fellows, and they are prize winners. Every year prizes are giving, and I'm going to tell you more about that this afternoon. But that's one of the things that are the programs that OST is involved with. We have PhD fellowships where women scientists can go and do their PhDs in other developing countries. I used to find in the early days of my career that a lot of my students would go abroad to do their PhDs. When I was teaching undergraduates, they say, no, we want to go to Europe or America to do our PhDs, and we'd never see them again. So it's so important to have this PhD program where women go to other developing countries and then go back to work in their home country, if that is possible. Sometimes in countries like Sudan, it's not that easy. But we also have early career fellowships. Both of these programs are funded. Obviously, the Elsevier Foundation funds the prizes, and then the PhD is funded by CEDA from Sweden, and the early career is from Canada, from the International Development Research Center, IDRC, in Canada, and that's a much newer program. And here we give grants to women who are in their early development, because they need, when they finish their PhDs and they go back, very often they're swamped with teaching. So we need to give them support in order to build up their labs, in order to buy equipment, in order to raise funds to help get technicians to run the equipment, and also information how to run a lab, how to buy equipment and how buy chemicals, etc. So that in a nutshell is my position in OST and as a research scientist. And I would welcome any questions during the panel discussion. Thanks, Tonya.
Thank you. I think we finished.
I think that actually Anupama has messaged me and said that she can speak now. So let me just check if she can do that. If Anupama is.
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Hi, Anupama.
Hello.
Great, thank you so much.
So much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yes.
over to you. I'll just introduce you, Anupama. So Anupama is the OST Executive Board member for Asia and the Pacific. It's her second term in this position, and she was voted by all the members from Asia and Pacific. She's now the director of the Center for Biomedical Science and Engineering at the United International University in Bangladesh. And she has a background, both academic and clinical, in radiation oncology and diagnostic radiology, which she's done her research and clinical studies in India, Germany, and Italy. And she is going to tell us a little bit about the impact of climate change on medical health, and also consider the gender component. Thank you, Anupama.
Okay. Thank you, Tonya. Sorry, I have break the sequence because I am outside. I'm just taking, giving me chance. I'm taking only 5 minutes. What's the Tonya says, I will mainly focus was how the climate change affects the gender. You see here, because climate change we have seen in COVID-19 and everywhere. This is actually for the climate change we are now here in these positions, and this is very important that we need to do something together to have a climate change, and this change has effectively affected by the men and women. But I would like to show the women are mostly affected by the climate change, especially in the poorer countries and in poverty and third world countries. And this gender inequality, how we can adapt this climate change. So we know I am not would like to explain these things, that how greenhouse have effect in our atmosphere and how we can make this climate change response. You see here, the one word is vulnerability. So we know the vulnerability is actually makes the hazards.
No, Palmer, the slides are not going forward. I don't know if this has happened to me in the past. They don't go forward. Can you see if you can click on them? It might be that the presentation doesn't allow you to do that, in which case you just need to know that all we can see is your title screen, but that's okay.
Oh, it's not moving, but it's moving here. Okay, I can stop video, and I can stop video first. Okay, this is, I think. So can you see now?
It's not gone forward though.
I can stop share and again share. I think so. Okay, I just give and again share.
Also make it a presentation, just only see the slides, not the presentation form.
It's okay now?
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Excellent. Yes,
Okay,
that's
sorry,
great. Thank
sorry.
you so much.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So this is the things, the second slide, that is how the climate change is. And we know this is a social phenomenon, but how we can do these things. In the, in the 22nd March was the International Water Day. We have seen the water is reducing beneath the ground. It's about 60%, and the water is going down and down, and it will affect in our land. It will affect to our cultures, and also as our household works in our agriculture countries. It will have severe effect. So how this climate change, which we would like to make this adaptation, which makes effect on the gender inequality. So we know the greenhouse effect, everybody. So then what is happening actually? It is the vulnerability. It's at a particular hazard, but this vulnerability is differentiated. And how it is differentiated? It is differentiated as a race, ability, age, gender, to things. So how we can see why the women are most vulnerable to the climate change. This is some example. If we see a stockbroker, if we see a nurse, or fast food worker, you see here that's in stockbroker, they have a secured family. In case of when we think about nurse, they are only single income household. Fast food worker also single income household. So there is a relation with the insurance, there is a relation with the decision making, strong networks with the community, networks with the family, language barriers. So there is a differential vulnerability because of society status. Then also by location, when we see that disaster occur in several in global south, also global south have a fewer resource. What we have in our country, we are the very resourceful countries, but people are mostly agricultures. So agriculture is the main focus, how we live in the income generating things. So what's happened when we think the men and women affected equality? You see here, these are the things with gender gaps around the world. One is poverty, one is water, one is governance, another food, literacy, and land. And we have seen in many research that people who are marginalized, they are more vulnerable to the climate change. So this is one of the things that in gender equality is one of the form of marginalizations. So this is a very important issue that we have to think that we should do something, these gender gaps, to reduce these gender gaps. And if we reduce these gender gaps, like the organization like OST, like many women organizations who are doing these things, this is very important to have a special effect on climate change. So I'm just giving why we are more affected, because most of the people like in developing country and in Africa regions, they are on household level and they are left out the decision making and having very fewer resources. And they are disproportionate burden to the caregiving of the vulnerable family members. They have less access to the educations, higher rates of gender-based violence. So in this case, we are being repeatedly recognized as a more vulnerable to climate change impacts than men, as they constitute the majority of world's poor and more dependent on the natural resources, and which ultimately change the threats of the whole world. So we have to do something to have a gender equality, social equity, and which ultimately affects on climate change. And this is thing, and this vulnerability is intersectional, because this is actually social process, and there are different types of power imbalance, like being a woman is only one of many reasons why a person might not get access to post-disaster aid. Like other reason may be language barrier, disability, age, sexual orientations. So it is a network of hierarchies of our power. So we need the gendered responsibility. We need patterns of energy consumptions. Men tend to higher incomes, which is precursor of consumption. Overconsumption is masculinized. So we have to think how we can make this not an overconsumption to a balanced consumptions. So we need also what is our role? We have to adapt this change. We have to adapt gender and climate change through making the gender equality. So there should be a plan, and then we should have an action, and then we should have observe and learn, and then we will know how to adjust it. And now we have already the many people, many organizations and the government everywhere in this climate change have a making a plan, but we need to have these things to implementation, and then we have to make a adjust between our teamwork. So I think I have repeatedly said that women in United States and Iran have a more understanding of science behind the climate change. So this science should be grow in the South countries, in the developing countries, to know the scientific knowledge, to increase the scientific knowledge. Older white males report at least concern about the climate change, and there should be more research how this climate change affects the genders, and there we should more incline to our students and researchers in the health science also how it will affect. So climate mitigation and adaptation can reinforce the gender norms. For example, reinforce existing gender of dynamics regarding household roles, priorities men's needs over women. This is one example I have just given. So this is my all. Sorry, but I have tried to make you understand this, what we are doing through OST and other UNESCO, UN nations. We should maintain this gender inequality to have a better effect of the climate change. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anupama. That was really a valuable contribution. I'm so glad that you were able, and thank you for taking time out of a hospital visit to give the presentation. I was really clear, and you addressed and showed visually in a really great way, I think, for all the participants, all the possible variations that we can consider when we try and make the connections between gender actions and climate change. So I think that's a fantastic basis again for ongoing conversations today, as everybody tries to consider how their research in climate change is impacted by gender differences and the unequal participation of women. So thank you so much for that really valuable contribution. Shall we I think now we've had all of the panelists presenting, and we still have some time for discussion, general discussion. So I wonder if all of the panelists are still online, and if any of the participants would like to raise their hands if you have a question, or if you prefer just to write your message in the chat, and then we can see the question and ask the panelists. But before we receive any questions, because there aren't any at the moment, I would just like to put a general question out to the panelists and also to the speakers during the welcome panel also, if they would like to consider this, which is just a general question. If you could consider for your own specific area of research, what do you think is the most important impact that you have noticed, the difference that it has made to your research, taking into consideration either women or gender? And I suppose actually until now we haven't really defined the difference between women and gender, so I don't know if any of you would like to also consider that difference. So maybe you could just wave your hand at me and I can see if anybody would like to speak on that question. I thought you would like to, Dr. Kumri. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to respond to the difference between gender and women. When we talk about women and girls empowerment, we cannot just think about women and girls. We have to change the understanding of the society in general about gender, so that everyone will be equal based on rights, and despite their gender differences, everyone has a right to live a good, healthy life, and we have to consider everyone's well-being. So when we talk about empowerment of girls and women, we have to develop an understanding in the society about how different things, different social problems influence their lives, and especially in relation to climate change, they are the most vulnerable. First of all, because they are the least knowledge. Second of all, they are more disadvantaged in terms of gaining access to education, gaining access to healthcare, gaining access to information. So it is what I have realized in the past 4 years discussing with students from different health departments, that their education is a package program that doesn't let them think about possible differences in terms of gender, except like physical differences, when we think about the physical differences in girls and boys or men and women. They know that, but the social differences, where women are less likely to tell about their health issues, they are less likely to go to seek for help when it comes to health or seek for information. They prioritize their children, their partners, their parents, and that's why they become less healthy each day and having less access to resources as well. If the resources due to climate change also decrease, women are the first one to cut from their healthy eating, prioritizing other members of the family. So we have to consider gender, that the men, especially in the society, have to realize what women are doing when things are getting harder, so that they can act together to make a difference for their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's a really wonderful description and definition of the difference between women and gender, and the need to consider also the different aspects, the impact on men as well. And I wonder if, I'm just wondering, is Felice still there? Because I know she had trouble connecting at the time. I just wonder if, are you there, Felice? And have you got anything to say about security and gender, which for me was a really interesting topic that you didn't have time to address?
She is connected, but she cannot hear us.
Professor Catman, I'm not sure if you can hear us. No. Okay. In that case, I will ask Jennifer if you have anything you'd like to add.
Well, I can talk from a personal point of view of running a lab with a lot of women in it, and I made it clear to if they had partners or if they were married or anything like that, that I expected both of the couple to take equal responsibility for any health problems in the family. So when they had children, it wasn't just the woman scientists. And in fact, I had 2 married couples in my lab. Both of them were working in my lab. They met in the lab and they married in the lab. And it was a wonderful example of how, I refused to allow the woman to feel that she had to be responsible, and it had a great impact on other labs in the department, because they could see what was happening to the women in my lab, and it had a tremendous effect, a synergistic effect in other members of the department. So you just have to put your foot down and say, there is equality in this world now, and we demand it. So
I think you raise a really interesting point, actually, Jennifer, that the two things going on. One is if you are a woman researcher, as you are, and you manage to get into a position of leadership and influence, as you have. I remember you saying you're the first ever head of department in biotechnology at the University of Cape Town. So that once you're in that,
I was the first woman head of a department in the science faculty.
in the science faculty, even better. Yeah. Even more important. That once you're in that position, then, I mean, you talk about that as an informal kind of advice to the people that you work with, but you also have access to decision-making meetings at departmental level, at university level, and you can put pressure on the chancellor, the dean to, and I know that you have done that you have introduced some policies that are women-friendly policies. Maybe you might want to just mention a couple of those.
Well, small things, you know, when I took over as head of department, all our seminars were at 5:30. I said, are you out of your mind? 5:30 in the afternoon is when women have to look after the kids and collect them and start preparing supper. So everything is at lunchtime. And then that went throughout the faculty. And then I was a member of Senate and it went through the Senate. And so it's now the university policy. So you can make an influence if you are just determined. Sorry, I can't hear you, Tanya.
Sorry, that's a really good example of how, you know, one individual can actually have then a systemic impact at university level. It's really.
And then what we did when, you know, we had our first South African election, democratic election in 1994. And in 1996, the government started a body that would advise them on scientific issues. And so a friend and I decided that they needed a women's voices in that. So we started South African Women in Science and Engineering, and they have representatives now even to this day on that body. So and what it now does is also help mid-career women. This is something we find in OST also, that, you know, there's a lot of emphasis on starting out from PhDs, from early careers, but the middle career woman is often not helped enough. So how do you get from a lecturer to senior lecturer to an associate professor to a professor and a head of department? And there are ways and means of getting onto that. And they very often, we used to have little seminars and say, this is how I did it. You know, and as more women became heads of departments, this is how I did it. And I remember one male colleague of mine saying to me, I don't see you at these committees anymore. So I said, no, I choose the committees where I can make an influence. So I don't just, because, you know, in the early days, I was the only woman, so they put me on every committee just to have a woman's face there. And I said, that's not going to happen.
I think we've gone to screen sharing. I think Enrico is sharing his screen. I don't know if you meant to do that, Enrico, but your session is coming up in an hour's time. So we'll continue our discussion anyway. And I wanted to see if, sorry, now I can't see all of the people in the room. Let me just see. There we are. Thank you. Professor Agraval, are you still there? I wondered if you had anything you wanted to say specifically about if there was any gender component to your mathematical research. We know that mathematical research is abstract and quite theoretical, and it's difficult to imagine that there are these connections, but it's also true that women are extremely underrepresented in mathematics world over. Are you there, Professor Agraval? I don't think she is. So I just, is anybody else who's present? I wonder if Professor Eroglu, hello, I wonder if you would like to say anything about the session or contribute any comments.
I'm listening to all speakers very carefully. I got very fruitful information. That's why I am very appreciate. And also the problem, and not problem, discuss, we are here today, woman role in the climate change. It means woman has a power in the society, in the management statement, all aspects. And also we create a population, we create a generation, and has some sense of legality, sense of right. He has some right of woman, not only woman, also man. And it means it will take a time because the subject is very broad. And also yesterday we celebrated the National Meteorological Day here. And all human beings, all world, all citizens, all states have been dealing with this problem or tackling the problem. But I am sure that human being just realize one day, as it's the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have a, let's say, truck, and truck is going to the wall, and the wall is fixed here, there. And I hope we realize and take the join and reach the as consensus and step up to all the politics very clearly. And I mean, the nature and the phenomena, the climate change, etc., shape the future, shape the human being, shape the decision makers, shape the process. And I am sure that women change the world.
Thank you so much.
woman has a power, half power of the human being. That's why we need women contribution to all process. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I just would like to ask briefly if Anupama is still online, because
Yes,
hi Anupama, do you have
Hi.
anything you want to add? You gave us a lot of information that was really helpful, but you may have something else to add.
Yes, thank you. I am just would like to say would like to say some real stories of our developing country like Bangladesh and other countries. Here, we have our in government level. We are trying to have a women leadership and women empowerment. But when we see in the real situation in our universities, students, in the researchers, we have seen the certain after certain level, like after 12th class or after honors. Because in the last week I was in village, I have seen that's no one encouraging to the women to be upright in their positions. It's still remaining a very big issues in the developing countries. Because, and I am just tell something that's when I have a little my one of the students just newly married, and when after marriage, so she has kept she was a very bright student, and then she used to study this cancer related subjects in second semester in masters. Suddenly I have heard that she is going to marry, and then for 5 years I have no connection with him, and she left the studies. And after 5 years she met me 1 week back, and she just come and she said that's she was kept in a house without any connection, because she knew no need to study, nothing to do. She will only do the household work. This is the only things. So there are many examples here. We are looking here when we'll go very deeply in every house what we are saying, but it's very much difficult. But because this is the thing, is that we have to change our mind. We have to change our focus. We have to change how we can contribute together, because we are not talking only with alone the women. It's actually the together. This is actually teamwork. So our mind setup is very important. So here these things we have seen, because when we see my female students, they are more creative because they have patience. You know that the women have certain quality, of course. Not I'm just depriving this the men, but the certain quality the men have the much, but we have do not have the women, and women have certain qualities but do not have the men. So if we make it together in every aspects, not only climate change. So this is the very important discussions, and I thanks to everyone, because we need more and more discussion. We need more and more group formation, how we can do this thing works. And I will ask all the people here to come together and do something for the betterment of the society. Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much, Anupama. That's a great way to conclude this session. I think I'll pass over to Professor Kadioglu, if you would like to say anything to end, and then we'll go back to, I think, to Professor Aslan.
Well, Anupa said the same thing, what I was thinking. I am a chairman of the Department of Meteorology at Istanbul Technical University. The ratio of the female students now more than 50% in our classes, and they are much hard-working students, much successful. All the A's get by girls. I don't understand what's going on. Maybe in the near future we will have a man problems, gender issues. So that's no problem in our meteorological department. I think is gender issues, but the gender issues, I am also studying like a disaster management. We have also gender issues there too. So everywhere we have a gender issues. Thanks very much, about this very alignment, this panel and your leaderships in the panels. And have a nice day, everybody.
And I'd just like to pass back over to Professor Aslan, who might want to close this session and tell us when we come back this afternoon.
We would like to thank to distinguished chairs, chair lady and chairman. Thanks a lot for your organization and coordination of the panel 1. So it was very useful and informative. Indeed, probably I can add one small line. There are 8 rectors in Turkey at the universities, and only ladies. Our rector is also, so we are so proud of this meaning. And even if you look at the numbers in Aydın University, 21% of the students are ladies. So it is really, a powerful part of our university. Thanks a lot for all the participants from General Directorate of Meteorology in Ankara and Technical University and all over the world, especially to our President of OECD, Professor Jennifer, and Coordinator, Dr. Tanya. So we will meet at 1 o'clock here. So see you in 40 minutes. Thank you very much.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Hi, Meryl.
Excuse me. Hi there, Jennifer.
Fine, thanks. Look, I'm going to leave the introduction of all the Turkish speakers to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Good, and then I'll just introduce Enrico.
Okay, fine. And that means we have more Turkish parties in this room?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
all Turkish except for Enrico.
So then I have more role to play. That's fine.
But I'll help you with timekeeping.
Oh, that will be great.
Okay.
That will be great.
I'll
I
keep-
guess. Do we have time limitation on each?
Look, I think if we give them 5 minutes each, that means they actually have about, we've got 2 minutes grace.
Okay.
So let's ask them to stick to 5 minutes. And
Okay.
I'll let you know when it's close.
Jennifer, also, do we ask them to present themselves briefly, or we just make the introduction and let them to give their talk?
Absolutely.
Okay, fine.
I mean, it's all there, and and it'll come clear in their talk, so that's fine.
Okay, fine. I won't present anything myself, although I have a title. I will just briefly talk what I mean under that specific topic. Otherwise, I won't be presenting either.
Fine, perfect. Thanks, Meryl. That's great.
Thank you. So do we have Ozan around here right now? According to Ozan Akyener.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
President of the Turkish Energy and Strategy Political Research Center.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and you are going to present us impact of climate change on Turkish energy program. This, as far as I could read from the title.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's not mostly that, regarding with Turkish, but maybe I would like to project a more global vision.
That will be great.
Are we starting, or are we going
What's
to
your
wait for
time?
1 minute also?
1 minute.
Pardon?
I think, what's your time? Mine is 1 minute to go.
Just time. Just time. You're welcome.
Okay.
Welcome. Actually, do we have 5 minutes to make the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to share my slides, and so I would like to show you some graphs. Please inform me while 5 minutes is over. You can see the slides?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I have to be very quick, and I have lots of slides. You know, we are on a way to make the energy transition. There are lots of different things that we have considered, but the most important item that we have to check is the climate change and the environment issues regarding the energy transition. You know, carbon dioxide emissions are the most important things, and in this regard, we are sure that climate change is a reality and we need to decrease the carbon dioxide emissions. Coal is the first step, but we have lots of problems here. You can observe that IPCC main mitigation steps. There are lots of different steps. However, again, we have new question marks that we have to say, but. In this regard, for example, we put some targets regarding to limit the rise in the temperature, the global average temperature, but regarding with the finance side, to find the global cheap technology, social awareness, and the sanctions and the political pressures, the existing energy hungers, mostly in undeveloped countries is another important issue. And also the global conflicts and the war between Russia and Ukraine is another problem. And using some governments to use the carbon dioxide as a political argument is another thing that we have to consider. And let me, that there are lots of words talked about regarding with the energy transition targets and the emission targets. Lots of budgets set, but the existing budgets and the words could not meet the further projections.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Oğuzhan. Could you close and open your presentation again? There is no movement.
Yeah, really. I'm sorry. Now
We
you can see
the first page. Okay, that's fine now.
Okay, I'll continue like that. No problem. In the previous year, the global dimensions changed through a new dynamics, and from all the international events, bigger events, that we can say that energy, climate, and the energy crisis put in the center of the global dynamics. From NATO meetings, G7, Afghanistan's removal, and AUKUS pacts, and COP26, and also the Russian and Ukrainian war can be put in relation with the energy transition and the energy crisis from the global side and the global effects. Anyway, I have only 2 minutes left, I see. And the most important thing is who will pay the bill, but there are lots of misunderstandings and conflicts in this issue. The responsibility matrix and the capabilities are not completely defined and agreed globally. And someone has to pay the money, but no one wants to pay the money, unfortunately. And our estimations regarding with the budget that we need globally to reach the existing international emission targets is higher than the $300 trillion. It's much more than the expectations. We have lots of questions to ask in this regard. For example, instead of completely leaving the hydrocarbon resources, don't we have a chance to focus on cheaper and cleaner technologies? Yes, we have. Do we have enough adequate budget for global renewable energy transition part? No, we don't have. Here you see lots of question marks to reach the target. That's why we need maybe more coherent and more reachable and maybe more justified targets for the climate change. It's very important. And I'm skipping these graphs, but actually, for example, the demographic structure also is very important to understand the further energy, the balances, demands, and the dynamics. It's very important, and maybe this can be related in the gender dynamics as a subtopic. And of course, the income levels is very important, and the low-income countries are growing, and their energy demand is highly growing. For example, here you see the current low-consuming regions are the most growing regions regarding with the population, and you can see the circles here. These regions now consuming less, leaving less carbon dioxide per capita. However, in the future, they need higher energy and more carbon dioxide they will leave. In addition, for example, in oil, this is the graph, and this is the gas, and also the same regions do not consume enough or do not cannot reach enough electrification. For example, India is a very important case to consider. And there are very huge problems, and now India has to follow coal supporting policies, unfortunately, and has a huge energy hunger, but cannot solve the problems. And for example, the social trend in India is to use fuel oil instead of biomass and coal, but for example, it's not easy. The people cannot find coal or fuel oil. Lots of, mainly in the cooking stages and the kitchens, the women are making those activities, and the biomass are making increased carbon emissions, and in addition, health problems for the women side. And these are the Indian case projections. These are our test pumps projections, long-term projections about the demand. You see the energy renewable demand is increasing, this is the total primary energy consumption. You can see the increase of in the renewables, but the age of gas and the oil will not be completed. And you can see the coal consumption is going to decrease, but such such countries will have to continue to use coal. That's another important issue. I'm skipping a lack of time.
Your talk now, thanks.
Pardon?
Could you wrap it up? Time is out.
Yeah, I'm finishing.
Perfect.
Okay, so let's say some very few words regarding with the topic of the Congress. Hence, you can see that the climate change makes lower quality of life and higher unrest and cost level, higher oppression of women and higher damage cost. And also, as we know, the women is more vulnerable, and these negative results of climate change will most affect the women-dominated sectors, mostly in undeveloped countries. This is important, and less new job availability is a very important point. And the energy demand and the growth problem is on the table that we have to consider. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your nice presentation and being on time.
Yeah, thanks.
Jennifer, are we taking the questions right now or at the end as a panel question? Okay, right. Now then we can move to our next presenter, Cemre Yörük Sonuç from Istanbul Technical University and her co-author Yurdanur Ünal. I guess Cemre is going to present convection permitting climate simulations of Marmara region in Turkey.
No, I am going to.
Oh, Yurdanur is going to present. Okay, great. Floor is yours, Yurdanur.
All right, let me share my slides. And is it clear?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. The title of my talk today is Convection Permitting Climate Simulations over Marmara region. And this is a part of a project and mainly Cemre's PhD thesis, actually. And as you know, that global climate change has already had observable effects on our environment. And from the observations, we know that the global average temperature has been raised around 1.2 degrees Celsius within the last century. And also, we know that the last research, especially mentioned in IPCC reports, suggests that the temperature rise is expected to be like 2.5 degrees over some region, or up to 10 degrees Celsius over other regions, especially at the higher latitudes. And we know that some regions are really sensitive to the climate variations, climate change, and the Mediterranean region is one of them, and it is called one of the hot spots. That means the region's climate is especially responsive to global warming and is also exposed to greater risk than the other regions. Right?
Yurdanur, by the way, are you advancing your slides?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So I'm talking about the reasoning. So we are talking about the Marmara region, and when we consider the Marmara region over Turkey, we see that Marmara region has crucial impact because it is in a point of juncture between Europe and Asia and has really large number of people, like population, and also gross domestic products are really large in the Marmara region, like almost 50% of the gross domestic products are generated in Marmara region. So it is very crucial, actually. And we know that the tourism is also important all over the region, as well as industry. And therefore, when we see the number of people living in this region is pretty crowded, especially if you consider the tourism also, tourists are large. So therefore, this is important region. And then we know that the climate simulations global climate simulations are really crude in order to understand the small scale impact. All right. So the aim of this study is to obtain high resolution climate information over the Marmara region of Turkey for present condition and also for the future conditions, especially we are considering the worst case scenario of RCP 8.5. And one of the importance of the convection permitting climate simulations is that they have a kind of added value because they give a kind of better resolutional changes compared to like regional climate models with a 10-kilometer resolution or higher, lower resolutions. All right, and also we know that CPCs improves the simulation of amplitude and phase of the diurnal frequency of heavy hourly precipitation events. That means that we can better estimate the extensive changes in temperature and also precipitation. So this actually are our main focus. What we do, we use the climate models and then dynamically downscale these into the higher resolution here. And this is the schematic which shows our simulations. Actually, we use RCP 8.5 scenario, which is concerning the rate of change of the carbon dioxide concentrations will be higher in the in this century, through the end of this century. And we have this domain actually focusing to do the simulations. As you see, for example, if we have 50-kilometer resolution simulations, and if we go to the 50-kilometer resolution, 2.8-kilometer resolution, we see the temperature variations over the region as shown in these figures. As you see in 50-kilometer, first temperature and precipitation distributions are pretty crude, but when we come to the higher resolution, we see all details around the topographic barriers and also land-sea contrast related variations. All right. So what we did actually, we did some simulation for the current conditions and for the future conditions. And for the futures, we use 10 years decades like 2031, 2040, and 2091, 2100, etc. These shows how temperature varies over Marmara region for the current conditions, this one, and for the future one. As you see, the color bars represents the temperatures from blue, lower values to the higher, from blue to red colors. As you see, when you go through the end of the century, all region is covered mostly red colors. As you see, this figure shows how much difference is going to be expected for the future. For example, for 2031, 2040, let's see, that means the coming decade, temperature is going to be increased only around half degree, but when we go to the end of the century, over the Marmara region, temperatures are going to increase 4.5 degrees, more than 4.5 degrees. At some points, we see that these rises are even higher, like 6 degrees Celsius, especially at the higher altitudes. And of course, there are seasonal variations. You see that this shows, for example, winter, spring, summer, and fall seasons temperatures throughout the coming century. As you see that there is a difference between the seasons in terms of temperature rise. For example, during the winter time, temperatures are rising slowly, but during the summertime, it is quite extensive. All right. So if you look at the total precipitation, it is crucial for the agricultural sector of Marmara region, and also for industry as well, because of the availability of water. As you see, the precipitation variability for the current condition and then for the future, when we go to the blues color, that means the precipitation is going to decrease, as you see. When we see these slides from coming decade to the end of this decade of this century, see that the color range changing through the blue, which means this region is going to dry. All right, so this figure shows the precipitations, but do we have, excuse me?
Your time is running out.
All right, so that means the precipitation is going to decrease like at the end of the century 20% in the region, which is going to cause really great stress on the industry, agriculture, and even in tourism sector actually. And when we consider these are the common results, let me talk about a little bit what might be impact on the society. All right, little bit. As we consider the Turkish society, women are the main responsibility. Women have the main responsibility in the households works. Like for example, when we consider the shortage of water or really high temperatures like heat waves, in that case, the elderly and young children, for example, are going to be affected for these conditions. And women are the one who are taking the responsibility to take care of those. So that means in the future, what we expect that with these current conditions, women are going to have more responsibility and more stress with the climate change. And also this water shortages, etc., is going to cause a kind of stress on agriculture and industry. And we know that Turkish society, the first people are the women to lay out of the work. So they are going to have a kind of stress of losing their jobs. These are some sort of gender inequality caused by the climate change over the region. Thank you very much. Are we done?
I think we can take a question or two for the previous speaker quickly if there's anything pressing.
Okay, fine. We can have some questions if there are any. So far, I haven't seen yet, but.
Okay, well, maybe people can think about it and we can move on to Enrico for the next talk. Enrico Fioli, are you set for your talk? He is from the University of Trieste in Italy, a professor of life sciences, and we're going to hear from him about biodiversity and climate change and the important contributions of some women scientists. Thank you, Enrico. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And my presentation will be very simple. It is just an invitation to study the biodiversity and the relationship between biodiversity and climate change. Because there is not only important to register that the temperature is increasing, but it's very important to register what is happening in the ecosystem as a consequence of this temperature increasing. And of course, desertification is one very evident effect, and the desertification leads to reduction of biodiversity, of course. So notwithstanding a lot of meetings, international meetings that you have, but the temperature is increasing, and also of course, CO2 is increasing in the atmosphere. The desertification is active, and then the NASA produced this map for showing where are the places where the desertification process is more active. And then we can see is almost in all the continents. Biodiversity is a concept that is related with the richness or variety of the living organism at all levels of the life systems, from the cell to biosphere. So diversity is used to indicate a measurable characteristic of any biological or abiological system. It is given by the number of different components of which the system is composed and by their proportion. So I put here a general formula that is diversity is equal to C, that is the number of components, multiplied by this delta, or alternatively, C elevated to this delta. And what is very important is this delta, because C is the number of the components, but this delta is representing the proportions between the components and also the similarity between the components. And this similarity can be given by several characters: similarity in functions, similarity in structure, similarity in dynamics, and it is a very complicated matter. In this complicated matter, I will see that the humans are very active, so the gender is not a big problem, at least in Western countries. So some women, I mentioned some women that have given very good contribution to this topic, and they are very cited in the scientific literature. You can see them on Google Scholars, and you can see how much they are quoted, are cited by other scientists, by all kinds of scientists, not only female scientists. And then I suggest Sandra Lavorel from France, that is working on diversity index, Anna Maguren, that work on diversity and produce 2 important monographs on how to measure diversity. Then Sandrine Pavoin, this one, that produce very intensive work and introduce in the diversity the concept of phylogenetics. So it is not only important to see what are the living organisms inside one ecosystem, but it is also important their evolutive, the phylogenetic relationship. This is very important because this can be useful to model what will happen in the ecosystem according to climate change, according to the trends of evolution. Of course, the process is very long, but it doesn't matter. Other women are very important. Work of Madhur Anand is very important because she introduced the concept of complexity and the length of message. So how we can measure the complexity in the diversity perspectives. And then I mentioned here Madhur and Zafer Aslan, of course, that introduced a very important work with the NDVI, the use of vegetation index, because vegetation is a very important variable, and it is correlated with all the other biodiversity, and it's easy to demonstrate this very high correlation between the vegetation mass and biodiversity in different continents. Then here we have Marty Anderson, who developed a system for evaluating the diversity and the different classes. Sandra Diaz, and here Sanjita Sonak, that produce a book that I will show at the end of my slides.
Enrico, but science time, Enrico.
Time already, phew, go. Science is not enough. I conclude. Science is not enough. There are ideas like this Great Wall Green, the Great Wall Green, that is a belt of vegetation that cross all the Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and then the results are still visible. And in this work, the women are most important factor in the success of the enterprise, as you can see from the photo. So I think that in conclusion, the correct development of measures against desertification is very important. And then it could give the risk of the climate change on the structure of the ecosystem, and therefore on the availability of what we are calling the ecosystem services. So I just conclude with the book edited by Sanjita Sonak, The Multiple Dimension of Global Environmental Change. In this book, you can find all the trends that are necessary to understand and to combat, let's say, desertification, and then limiting the effect of the climate change. So thank you very much for the attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Enrico. Over to you, Meryl.
Okay, our next presentations will be on exposure assessment of climate extremes over the Euro-Mediterranean region. I don't know who will be presenting. I think Mehmet Barış Kelebek from Istanbul Technical University may present, or Fulden Batı Deniz from ETH, and Barış Önal from Istanbul Technical University.
I will present, Professor. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Is everything okay with the screen and the sound?
Okay, now it's fine.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. And the title of my presentation today is the exposure assessment of climate extremes for the Europe-Mediterranean region. Is my slide going further?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. This study I'm going to present today was published in a journal of MDPI, in Atmosphere Journal. Fulden Batı Deniz is currently a postdoc at the ETH Zurich, and Professor Önal, Dr. Önal is our professor who conducted the study. And I'm going to give some introduction, which was our motivation, and I'm going to talk about methodology and give the major results. As we know, climate change is likely to cause changes in the extreme climatic conditions, and which has impacts on the human environment and the natural ecosystem. And one methodology to determine the climate change signal is the use of climate change indices. But these indices used in the studies are mainly focused on a single type of extremes individually. Understanding combined impacts of the extremes may not be easy due to the complex interactions in the system, especially the feedback mechanism. Therefore, Climate Extremes Index by Carl Edalia in 1996 and its variants was developed in order to combine spatial information about the extent of different types of extremes in a single fractional value. It's based on temperature and precipitation extremes and drought or moisture surplus. It's an easy to interpret tool, but has several disadvantages. First of all, it does not account for the temporal intensities of the extremes, which requires a temporal analysis, and the single fractional value for a broad region may not be adequate in order to gain a detailed understanding, which requires a high resolution spatial analysis. In our study, we redesignated the extreme indicators of the CEI in order to get combined information about temporal intensities of the extremes, and our index is based on daily maximum temperature extremes and minimum temperature extremes, monthly drought or moisture surplus, and one-day precipitation extremes or fractional wet and dry days. And each extremes are defined as being above or below the 19th or 10th percentile thresholds. Here's the schematic of our methodology. I'll give the details later. In addition to temporal analysis, we used the last generation high-resolution gridded data in order to get detailed spatial information. We applied grid-based analysis. Our study period is from 1979 to 2016, and the study area is the Europe-Mediterranean region. First of all, I'm going to talk about the extreme indices individually. As here, I gave the decadal trend of the extreme indices. Here, red colors indicates an increase in the extreme, and blue color indicates a decrease in the extreme. The most significant increasing tendency is in the warm extreme indices, extreme drought, and extreme precipitation, especially over the Balkan countries for the temperature extremes, and drought over the Eastern Europe and parts of Turkey. There is special inhomogeneities in the extreme precipitation, actually. And we found a decrease in the cold temperature extremes over the region. Here we gave the zonal average index values over the whole study area. In the 19 extremes, cold extremes, here TX10P and TN10P index are localized around 60 degree north latitude. And after 2010, we see an increase in the warm extremes, actually. It's significant here. You can see the reddish colors in TX90P and 90P indexes, the warm extreme indices. A significant extreme drought is around, here we can see a PDSI 10P index around 35 degrees latitudes, and 2001 here, we have very red color here. And after 2010, extreme drought becomes prominent, especially around 50 degrees north latitude, around here. And after 2010, we can see here again the increase. Let me talk about the MCEI or methodology. It combines each different index in a single value. We have 5 components: warm extreme component, cold extreme component, moisture surplus and drought, extreme precipitation component, the 90P indices, and the R10P index for the dry days. We sum these 5 indicators and divide by 2. We simply average these 5 components which has 2 indicators and get MCEI. For example, here TX 90P is around 20% here over Russia. The N90P is again around 20%. We have 10 plus 20, 40%. We do the summation here and divide by 5 and get the final index value. For example, here it's 50%, let's say, and in 2010, this means that in 2010 over the parts of Russia, 50% of a year, which around 180 days, was subject to combined extreme events over this region. The main advantage of our methodology, it gives us temporal and spatial information in detail. This is the long-term climatology of our index. We see increasing values from north to south. This is apparent because of the increased number of dry days over the southern regions. Due to this fact, MCEI is a little bit biased toward higher values over the southern regions due to the higher values of dry days. Therefore, we mainly focused on the anomalies and decadal trends. And here I gave the period averages, and we see increase in the MCEI averages, especially over the, let's say, in 1979 and 1989 period, Turkey was subject to less extremes compared to reference period. Reference period was 1981-2010. And when we come to the 2010-2016 period, anomalies reaches up to 10%, especially over the western parts of Turkey. And we see the other, we see the conditions for the other regions here. There is a general increasing tendency. The increasing tendency.
Could you just move on a bit because you're going to run out of time?
Okay, I'll go fast. Increasing tendency is prominent, especially over the Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean coast. We determined these regions as our hotspots. Here we gave the zonal average MCEI anomalies. We found an increase in the Arctic Circle in the extremes, which is mainly indicated to the Arctic amplification, the increase in the temperatures in the Arctic Circle, according to the previous literature. Here I gave the zone aerial average of our index, and here again we see the increase in the MCEI, the impacts of the combined extremes after 2010. It's significant. And we calculated country averages for the index. Again, we found that the most significant increase in the combined extremes is over the Balkan and Mediterranean countries like Bulgaria, Israel, Hungary. As a detailed analysis, we calculated index values over the urban extent of the Europe-Mediterranean region, and we found a significant increase of 0.9% per decade over the urban settlement of the Europe, which is higher than the whole area average. And the most significant increase is in the Fes city of Morocco, Izmir, Marseille, and Aix-en-Provence, which are again Mediterranean countries. Let me come to the conclusion. Sorry. Let me share the last page. Here's the conclusion. As a holistic approach, MCEI provides detailed spatio-temporal information and we found a significant increase in the combined extremes over the Europe-Mediterranean region, especially over the Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean coast. And our study highlighted this continuous increasing tendency would cause inevitable consequences for our society, like other studies. And we recommend that we have a further recommendation. This kind of analysis may be applied to IPCC's future scenario simulations in order to improve our adaptation strategies considering the climate change. And these are the major references for this study. Thank you. Professor Demirtaş, we can't hear you. Okay.
Excuse me, I just had some disconnections and started again. Thank you for the nice presentation, Mehmet. Finishing on timely.
If there's any question?
I cannot hear. Oh, is that no sound?
No, I don't think there's anything, Meryl.
Okay.
I think at the end we'll ask about gender-aware methodologies and how they have influenced the various speakers' research. So let's leave the gender issues perhaps to the end.
Okay, then I will move on to the next speaker. In my notes, Eren Gültepe from Southern Illinois University at Westfield, from United States, machine learning techniques applicable to environmental modeling. Eren, floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so again, I'll be talking about machine learning techniques applicable to environmental modeling. So in today's environment, a lot more data is being collected. We have our traditional measurements, pressure, temperature, relative humidity, rain, all those typical stuff. Now consider that we have this all across, even dynamical parameters, we have cloud microphysical parameters, and imagine measuring this across different sites, different scales. The question becomes, how do we use these measurements? How do we assimilate them, considering that they come from heterogeneous sources, and considering that we want to have a different outcome, right? Sometimes we want to be able to model or predict, let's say, tornado or hurricane trajectory, right? Or provide some risk assessment. Well, it's going to depend more on initial conditions, and then we're going to have to repeat these initial conditions in different circumstances to get some type of error related to these measurements. Well, if we're doing climate change, then it's going to be more about boundary conditions. And so we have this very expansive problem of how do we combine all these different types of data sets, okay, all these different types of sources of data as well. Now, one of the main issues or one of the main driving factors is we can do these things locally, we can do them for certain areas, but these models are not typically designed to be considered at a large scale, right? Like basically Earth scale, okay? To get around this issue, right, we're gonna have to unload some of this modeling from ourselves to the machine, right? And the best way to do this is with neural networks, okay? Two of the main techniques that are used currently in environmental modeling, climate modeling to overcome this hurdle of combining or coupling these different models together, particularly numerical weather predictions, is you do neural networks, okay? And within neural networks, you apply feature learning, okay? So the scenario that's presented down here, okay, so scenario that we have here, for instance, is let's say you consider feeding in different radar images, okay? You're gonna learn your features. So this is the neural network component here. You're gonna learn your features, and they may look like something like this. This is the most basic level of features that you might observe and get. And then these features are used on your input data, okay? You perform some type of convolution. Somehow you map your input images, your input data into a new feature space, and you get this result here, okay? This newly projected images or data, okay, is a more parsimonious representation. So let's say you have 20 different images or 20 different channels of data, right? Now you're presenting them in a way that the algorithms, okay, are able to utilize these features. Now, so this is the feature learning component, learning what the features are. The second component, or the more important component that's used for predictions, is trying to do these things over time, and that's called recurrent neural networks. Okay, so you can combine your features and you can combine them, you can combine the predictions over time. So instead of having to fiddle around with initial conditions and boundary conditions, you let the neural network figure this out on its own. Okay, so representative analysis here is, for instance, you want to preserve geospatial locations. Okay, so you have your longitudinal points, you have latitudinal points, and then you'll have your temperature, for instance, you'll have your velocities, right? You'll have your humidity, and you can consider these as different channels. Okay, and your predictions, your ground truths are going to be something similar, right? You want to be able to predict, let's say, trajectory. It ends up being the same thing, right? And then you feed it through this complicated long network. Okay, what was on the previous slide is the idealized representation, but in reality, it goes through this big long process here. Okay, so you feed your data at this stage, and then you get your predictions here. So what are the implications? Well, at the end, we're able to do better risk assessments. For instance, lead time for determining whether we need to do some changes at our oil rigs, for instance. We extend the skill of our nowcasting and forecasting models. And this is along the lines of the coupled numerical weather prediction systems that's being driven by the unified forecast system by NOAA here in the United States. Okay? And again, along these neural network models, they allow for more accessibility across different people and different regions that have varying levels of resources as well. Thank you.
Thank you for finishing very timely. Before Jennifer's reminder, is there any questions or comments for Eren? Or shall we do it during the whole panel session? I don't see any questions or comments so far. Thank you, Eren, for now.
Thank you.
Maybe we can move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Filiz Katman from Political Science and International Relations from Istanbul, Aydın University, Turkey.
Dear Professor, she is not actually the next speaker.
According to my list, it was, well, maybe I'm looking at the former version.
Maybe. Mehmet Barış Kelebek. I'm so sorry, Meral Demirtaş.
Okay, that's me. That's me. Then I present myself. I'm from University of Samsun, Department of Meteorology. I will be mentioning briefly about, because I thought 5 minutes will be quite limited time for me to go through the details of the topic. So I decided just give some briefing. As previous speakers noted throughout the day, climate is changing, we know that. And we also know that it is not the same impact throughout the globe. It is variable throughout the regions. And also we need to take into account the impact of climate change on climate variability. Variability that we noticed on the seasons, variability that we notice on extreme weather events. For example, in the past 7 years, we have been observing or experiencing the highest temperatures during the summer. And also we have been experiencing extreme flash flood events. To give you just a simple example from the last year, in July, if I remember correctly, the high precipitation events that caused flooding, severe floodings in Germany, in Belgium, in Holland, as far as I remember correctly. And within the same week, we had high impact snow event and landsliding on the eastern coast of Black Sea region. And also we had even higher precipitation events and casualties, unfortunately, over the Black Sea, Western Black Sea coastal region. And we see that depending on the location of the cities, we get more impact. And also we did have last year, again, I will give the example from Turkey, on the southern part of the Turkey, we had some unfortunate forest fires on the southwest coast of our Mediterranean region, which lasted several days because we had some pressing atmospheric blocking system on them, affecting the drought over there. So dry conditions really fueled the forest fires. When we talk about the forest fires, of course, we talk about its impact on the air quality and human health. So we see climate change and its impact on the extreme weather events. So this brings us to the area of predictability of these events early enough so that we can take some preventive measures. But we also need to look into details in terms of city planning so that we won't be having constructions that leads to casualties during the flash flood events. So we need to have more, much better planning for smart cities. I won't get into other details, but I will be more focusing on these topics during the panel discussion session. I guess we can move to the next speaker. I thought this time will be correct. Do we have Philip Statman? No, not in this session, I think. In my list, I have Buğra Çelik, Kamil Erkan, and Mete Tayanç from Marmara University.
Yes, thank you for your introduction and good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay, my topic is investigation of climate change in northwest Turkey by paleoclimatic reconstruction of well temperatures. Well, understanding climate change at regional scale is essential for future climate projections, but instrumental recordings are limited in terms of coverage. We cannot go back to, let's say, industrial revolution. So we need to have some proxy method to determine the temperatures of the past times. I will briefly explain the method and I will show you my results from our field study. This simple sketch just showing that let's say this is our temperature recording device and it's connected to a temperature recording probe. We release the probe down the borehole and it just collects data. It records temperature and depth as it descends down the borehole, and therefore we can provide a depth temperature profile of this area. One thing is crucial, that the borehole should not have vertical heat transfer, and this is the hardest part. It's hard to find such boreholes or wells. This is the hardest part of the study. And the temperature profile I was talking about is this. This black straight line you see here shows the temperaure profile prior to climate change. This is depth, this is temperature, and as you see, in a uniform underground structure, temperature increases with depth, but you see a switch here, you see a green line. This It's caused by the climate change. This is caused by the increasing temperatures over the surface layer, and the depth of this switch, depth of where this switch starts, is determined by the time length of the climate change, the time length of the increasing temperatures, and this is how we form our model. And you see there are very dramatic changes over the top or near the top layer. These are caused by short-term changes like seasonal ones, but the soil, the structure of the land itself filters those changes. They cannot transmit it to down. So this is the advantage of this method. And we built our model based on this. And I will show you our study location. We covered all the Western Black Sea region, but I'm talking about Barton City today. And I think it has the lowest elevation of all of our studies so far. It's located on the shoreline. And here are our results for temperature depth recordings I was talking about. You see that it was a straight line down below, but after a while it shifts right, which means that we have seen the effects of climate change above the surface layer, and it's transmitted down here. So we can use this information to build our model upon it. And of course, there are other variables we use there. For example, it's the structure of the underground layers and thermal conductivity and other things. But to keep this presentation brief, I will skip those parts and I will give you the results of our model. This is the results of our model. You see this black line here. This shows the modeled ground surface temperature. And the blue lines are instrumental recordings of surface air temperature. I just put them to show you the correlation of the two in the latter parts of the timeline. We see that from 1880 to 2017, there is a 2.38 degrees Celsius warming, and of which happened, and 1.32 of which happened between year 2000 and year 2007, and this sharp increase is also shown in the instrumental air recordings also. But instrumental air recordings, as you see, that starts from the early 70s or late 90s. From 1880 to the point of the recordings of instrumental, we have 0.6 Celsius degrees increase, and this value is similar in other boreholes and other cities of the region. Maybe there's a pattern there. And this value you see on the left side, left of the start of the instrumental recordings, are only gathered by such methods like our methods. And that's it. Thank you. I just try to keep brief for the 5-minute limitations. Maybe I did keep too brief. I don't know.
Thank you, Burak, for finishing on timely. It was a good brief presentation. I guess we may get more details during the panel discussion session.
Of course.
Jennifer, I guess we don't have, according to the list that I have in front of me, Burak's was the latest presentation of our session.
Right. So we can now move on to the panel discussion. And I'd like to kick off by asking all the speakers to give us their take of the relevance or impact of gender or women in their research and in their results. I know our first speaker gave us some indication and he might like to kick off, but anybody who would like to comment on the relevance or impact of gender or women, we would be very pleased to hear your comments.
Who is going to take the floor first?
Okay.
Everybody seems to be very quiet now.
I can start if you want.
Okay, that will be nice. We will follow your steps.
Well, during our field trip, by coincidence, we also had chance to see the impacts of the recent flood that happened a week prior to our arrival there. And we saw the destruction that extreme weather event caused, and also the psychological impacts on people. And we definitely saw that to mitigate those consequences of climate change, we need quick, reliable, and efficient plans. But let's put it there and consider the whole world. This thing can happen in any place right now because it's a global thing, a gradually increasing thing, and countries cannot isolate themselves from climate. There's no such thing. So let's consider the role of women in all around the world. And in many places, women are, as dictated by their culture, has some roles. In many places, they have to look after the elderly and the infants, and also they have to, or sometimes forced to contribute to the economy as the same level as men, and with all these other responsibilities. And if you consider any species, elderly and infants are the most vulnerable ones also. So there are a huge responsibility on women, and this keep them from many career opportunities, from education. And let's get back to the impacts of the flood. So we need efficient and precise, very fast countermeasures to prevent human losses. And if we keep women away from decision making or providing data to decision making, in general, if we create this gender problem, I think it's self-destructive to any society, and in general, it's regardless of this climate event, it's self-destructive. But I think this increasing climate events will make it more obvious that this gender problem is destructive to any society.
That is incredibly insightful. And do you think that you as a scientist would be able to bring your perspective to the powers that be in order to bring about changes in the way society operates?
Well, we have all limited power, but we can influence, and we can influence young people, and it's something. I mean, if you give someone a broader vision, you may start a chain of events that can lead to a better place, but it takes time, but we don't have that much time, so we have to act fast. And by alone, no, I try my best, but we have to, act together. It's beyond individual contribution. We need a very massive contribution.
Precisely, and maybe it's your university that can take an initiative.
They are.
They're in a very influential role in Turkey, and your region is hugely affected. Is going to be hugely affected. It is already hugely affected. Anyway, it's great to hear that you've got this in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I think Zafer raising her hand.
Excuse me, just I would like to add, I think one of the very important output of today's meeting, as Ura told them, we should work together. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I think as Bura pointed out, climate change is heavily affecting women. The burden on them is more pressing than on men, particularly in more developing countries, because women are trying to both cope with her family duties and also when the extreme weather event happens, try to adapt to those conditions. I think it will be great if women are more involved in city planning stages. I don't know their representation in such municipality meetings, but it will be good to have more representation in those planning sessions. Yurdaner, you raise your hand?
Yes, I would like to comment a few more points related to the climate change. Actually, I'm trying to lower my hand. Okay, so as you see, when the climate change, it causes a kind of water scarcity at certain areas of the world. So this might create a kind of conflict, and even that it might bring to world to a kind of war, in like water wars. So when we consider the genders, especially women are going to face more vulnerabilities during those times, actually. Well, especially when we consider the Middle East, and we know that the Mediterranean region is one of the hot spots and is going to be affected by the climate change, and dryness are going to be really extend over the region, so that it kind of create a problem for the water share over the region, so that these might also result in some water conflicts around the region. And also we know that we will expect to have warmer conditions over the globe, so that means that we will have more moist environment, mostly in terms of at certain regions, all right, and also warmer temperatures. And as a result of these, we might expect to have more disease like malaria, like the vector disease. And as a result of that, actually, mostly the women and children are more vulnerable to this sort of disease, because they have a relatively weaker immune system, maybe, I mean, in general, especially over the region with poor life conditions, right? And these are the things actually I would like to add, not particularly we are going to face maybe over Turkey, but when we consider the whole globe, this might happen due to the climate change, and it will create a kind of gender problems, gender inequalities. Thank you.
Yurdaner, thank you for your insightful thoughts sharing with us. Any other compliments or additions to the panel? Wait, Mehmet, I think raised.
Thank you, Professor. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Aslan for inviting us as a panelist here today. And I would like to thank Dr. Batubenis, who helped me a lot during my study. She is currently a postdoc. She continues her study in Zurich. And I think this kind of panels, and today most of the participants are women, and I think this kind of panels should continue in the future. This should be much more frequent, or let's say, how to say that? This kind of panels should be take part in every year. And women in the science, I think, is an important point. And as being an engineer, they have different perspectives compared to the men. And when we come together, I think solving a problem is much more efficient. I think you have different perspectives, we have different perspectives. And when we come together, I think we are much more powerful. And in the future, I think this situation must be enhanced. You said that, Professor Demirtaş, in the municipalities, I think women take part much more in the governmental positions, general government and the local government. And that's all from me. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Tanya now raised her hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say how lovely it is to hear the young male researchers considering these aspects of gender. I don't know if it's been the first time that you've been asked to think in this way, because indeed many researchers in all disciplines don't necessarily consider gender as a component of their research, and when they're asked to do so, they don't actually really know what to do. I mean, I think a lot of people often assume that including women and gender in your research means either you just need to have women doing research, or you just need to increase the numbers of women. But the aspect of actually considering that women are impacted differently, and therefore they need different solutions, and it's a much more sophisticated argument than just about increasing the numbers. And I think as soon as you start considering the question, as we've been doing through these sessions, really interesting, wonderful presentations. When you listen, I think it's also a really nice model. I think it was a bit of an experiment this year to see how it works, to invite people to talk about climate change, which they're comfortable with, and then start asking questions afterwards, and how is it different if gender is involved? Because you can't expect researchers necessarily to be able to address that topic until you ask the questions. And so I feel very hopeful listening to you all that this conference, indeed, as Mehmet was saying, is a great opportunity to start a dialogue, start conversation, start considering what does that research really look like. And perhaps you can think about being leaders in that, because it's so wonderful to have your enthusiasm and your commitment. So thank you very much. And I was also disappointed to see that Enrico, I think, is no longer online, because I wanted to hear more about his green wall in Africa and all his lovely pictures of the women working there. And so I'm sad not to have heard him talk more about that. And I hope that he will be able to describe that in the abstract or in the paper that he will submit after this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonya, for your insightful comments. Do we have any others? I guess they are shy or just want to be quiet and listen.
Should I ask it?
Zafer, are you going to add something?
Last 5 minutes. So I would like to ask for all the colleagues. I'm so sorry, there is no any economist in our meeting. So regarding with the advices of young colleagues to continue for organization of the periodic conferences, if I don't know, Professor Thompson and Dr. Tonya agree with you, probably at the end of the final declaration, we will have some idea to continue to organize some periodic meeting. It would be number one as an international conference, so we shall organize it in different institutions for the forthcoming years, inshallah, without having any pandemics. So even face-to-face, even with the embed workshops. And but I'm so sorry. We have one scientist from health sciences, Cemre Hoca, and also one of the, we have some internationalized specialization, Filiz Hoca. She has a specialization in international relations. But I think there is no anyone from economical business side. So we can except Oğuzhan Hoca. So he is from TESPAN. So they know very well the linkage between universities, academicians, and real world problems. So probably for the forthcoming parts, we should invite also the colleagues from different fields. Thank you.
Thank you, good idea.
It is really multidisciplinary topics.
Absolutely.
Not only related with the atmospheric sciences, but also related with all kinds of the science, I think.
Extremely good point. Thank you for bringing it up. We will certainly take note of that. Okay. Should we call this to an end and then prepare for our next panel session, number 3, which is starting in 15 minutes time? Am I correct in that?
I think so. I think we have 15 minutes break.
Right.
Until the last.
Yes, and just to say that the next session is with the Oost Elsevier Foundation awardees, the 6 women who've been awarded prizes for their research in climate change. And so they will be talking about their research and also considering the impact of gender. So I think that will start at 2:30 your time?
Yeah, 2:30 by Turkish time.
Yes, 2:30 by Turkish time. So look forward to seeing you then.
Wonderful session.
Oh, thank you for everybody for the contributions for this session and being on time in particular. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for wonderful chain ladies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Demirtaş, thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you, Zafer.
Hello. Hi, Jennifer. Can I ask if we can check if all of the awardees have been made panelists, because I can only see one of them here.
What about Ilan?
Kabul ettin mi hepsini?
Hocam kabul ettiklerim çıktı. Bir daha da ekleyeceğim.
How
şimdi.
many we have accepted as a
Actually,
panelist?
first we accept 3 of them, but
3 of them.
I will check that again now.
I'm writing to Ilan. So Ashani needs to be made a panelist. And Gozia Chowdhury needs to be made a panelist.
Also, they should accept our offer. So we are offering them as a...
Okay, Gozia and I think there we are.
We go.
I think Ashani has accepted, and Gozia, you need to also accept. It's only a one-time offer. You can't refuse.
Miriam, there we go. Now we just need Ilan.
Oh, I have a message from her. She says she's coming, so I think that's okay. Ilan will join us very shortly. I think we just wait to make sure. Ilan needs to be also a panelist. So there she goes.
Great.
Is that everybody? I think we might have everybody now.
I think we might.
Fantastic.
I think we have Flo in attendees.
Flo.
Flo, yeah.
Fleur needs to be made a panelist, or she needs to accept the invitation. And also,
We send it.
Fleur.
There she comes.
This is happening as we speak.
Yeah. Hello, dear.
Okay, so I think since we've been so very well on time until now, we can start this session also now. Professor Aslan, did you just want to say something briefly before we start?
Thank you, Dr. Tanya. It was really great opportunity for us to host 6 brilliant ladies here in Istanbul, even in virtual screen. You're welcome. We would like to wish and congratulate for your ongoing success with our thanks. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Thompson. Thanks, indeed.
Thank you so much. Lovely welcome. And we're really looking forward to continuing to collaborate with you, Professor Aslan, as we go forward. So this is a session, or the title of this session is Early Career Women Scientists from Developing Countries Describe Their Prize-Winning Research in Climate Change. And I'm going to chair this session. But before we introduce you to the panelists, I'm going to introduce you to 2 very important people for these awards, who are going to tell you a little bit about why the awards are important and how they work. So I'm going to call on both Jennifer Thompson, who those of you who have been attending the conference until now have already met, but she will need to introduce herself to the new people, and also Ilan Shem, who is the director of the Elsevier Foundation. So over to you, Jennifer.
Great. Oh, this is such a splendid occasion. I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm from the University of Cape Town, where I live in Cape Town, and I'm the president of the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, who together with the Elsevier Foundation have these awards, give these awards out. And it's been very interesting this year because we've pre-COVID, we've always gone to present the awards at the annual meeting of the AAAS, which stands for the American Association for the Advancement of Science. And they, among other things, put out the journal Science. And we've always had a special morning session, breakfast session, where the award winners present their talks, just like you're going to do here. Only in those days it was in person, and it was a very, very well attended meeting. And the AAAS really made us feel very welcome. But it was only now that we're online that I began to realize just how important our awards are to the AAAS, because they made such a special event of this year's awards and making sure that, you know, we're part of their family. So consider yourselves winners to be part of the family of the AAAS, and use every opportunity you can to make sure they recognize you, because these are splendid awards. But I have to say this year is very special because when we had the selection panel, and one of the advantage of being locked down, confined to our own countries, not being able to travel, is that instead of the panel that judges the applications for this award being together, we could be online. So we could have people from anywhere. And so we had previous winners and all sorts of people who were familiar with your work. And we just couldn't decide on 5. We just couldn't. And so we went to Ilan and said, would it be okay if we had 6? And in her usual generous fashion, she said, absolutely. So here are the 6 winners. And over to you, Ilan. And we are so grateful to you for this wonderful award.
Thank you so much, Jennifer and Tonya. You can see a big smile on my face, and it's because it's so special to be together with our winners again, and such an honor that that their presentations today and our discussion will take place at this very important conference, and a conference that focuses so beautifully on this intersectional space of gender action and climate change. So thank you for inviting them to share their work and their stories today. So I am Ilan Shem. I'm the director of the Elsevier Foundation. And just to give you, I think it's always good to have a little bit of context. So in the Elsevier Foundation, we have 24 partnerships, and this is our very favorite one. But our partnerships focus on inclusive research and health. And we're funded by Elsevier, so the publishing and information analytics company. And so this means that it makes most sense for us to really be aligned in that space where we can make a difference. So we can tap all of their resources, but we can really focus on that inclusion piece to tackle health disparities, to tackle intersectionality, to support the creation of role models and support researchers in developing countries, especially women, doing amazing work to support the UN SDGs. So, as I said, this is the partnership I'm proudest of, and part of that has to do with the fact that we've been working together for a decade. So Tonya, Jennifer, and I, the OWSD team, the foundation team, we've been working to kind of craft this year by year, and each year we learn a bit more. So as Jennifer said, traditionally, in the before times, in the old days, we would go to the AAAS, and it was very much about celebrating and spotlighting our winners. And we've had 50 from 24 countries over the last decade, just to give you a sense of that. And to put them on that, in that spotlight, to build their networks. So we would have special networking dinners, we would go to special sessions. It was a lot about how do you profile yourself? How do you talk to the media, visiting embassies? And one of the reasons I think it's built its influence over the years is that it's all about that visibility, and visibility is essential for women scientists because visibility opens doors. It brings new opportunities, and so many of our winners have gone on to get follow-up research grants or additional awards with more money, which is very helpful. Some of them, and I thought, Jennifer, you would talk about this because it's one of our favorite stories, but we had a winner from Uganda working on HIV, AIDS, and depression, and she came back from our awards ceremony at the AAAS and received a Medal of Honor on International Women's Day from the president of her country. And that's not we have many stories like that. And I just want to kind of, and I think that's why I have a big smile on my face. It brings so much joy because we are celebrating their amazing accomplishments. So critical role models, that's what this is about also. It's ensuring that the next generation can see these amazing women, can see the work they're doing. It's also sharing practical know-how, knowledge of how to navigate an intricate research terrain. OWSD has a huge amount of knowledge around the unique challenges that they face as women scientists in developing countries. So it's creating that network and that peer group, and of course showcasing. So let's see, what did I want to mention? This year we had a discussion, and I'm so excited that we'll be following up on our AAAS discussion to get a much deeper dive into each of their research, and to then kind of go deeper into the research, their stories. So that's a wonderful opportunity, and to really get into the climate action work, which we didn't have a chance to do at the AAAS. So what we hope to do this summer is to actually bring them all together in person. And I think each of these engagements, so starting with the AAAS and now your wonderful conference, and then at the Euroscience Open Forum in the Netherlands this summer, our goal is to kind of build on that, build the visibility, build the collaboration and the networking, and bring them together to really take advantage. So the Euroscience Open Forum is a lot like the American Association for the Advancement of Science meeting. It's multidisciplinary, all the big issues are discussed. So it's not targeted like your conference, but it's a chance to really think about a lot of the big and burning issues around science. So we're looking forward to bringing them there. It's decided, so you'll be hearing more from me. So I now would like to kind of mention two more things. One of them is that after, gosh, I think 9 years, we would focus on a discipline-specific awards. And this past year, we put our heads together and we thought we need to really look at how we can support the UN SDGs. And so we kicked off a new series of awards. And in 2022, it focused on climate action. So you'll hear about the range of research we're celebrating. In 2023, we'll focus on women scientists working in the areas of food security and agricultural productivity, sustainable food production. The next year, in 2024, it's water, sanitation, and hygiene. And then the following year, inclusive health, so everything to do with SDG 3. And following up with 2026 and sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy. So we're very excited about this new approach. I think all of us working to support the SDGs have been trying to find ways to align more thoroughly. So thank you for hosting our winners and allowing them to share their work. I won't go into the substance of what they're doing because Tonya will now lead into a full introduction of our winners and lead the discussion. So thank you again for letting me say a few remarks and join your conference. Over to you, Tonya.
Thank you, Ilan, and thank you, Jennifer. It's so wonderful to have you both. Always, such great representatives for OSD and for women in science from developing countries. In fact, I said at the beginning, in the opening session that started a few hours ago today, it's been a wonderful day, I must say, that the reason actually we're here today, and even the reason why the first year of the awards is in climate change, is because of this very fortunate meeting I had with Professor Aslan, who then set up the OSD Turkey national chapter, and we talked about doing a conference in climate change, because at the Aydın University, they do a regular annual conference on climate change, and to coincide with the International Day for Meteorology. And we thought it would be really nice to put these two things together. And actually from the sessions already this morning, I think it's been incredibly productive, because we have all of these experts in climate action from many Turkish universities who are then also trying to apply their research and understand, how gender can make a difference to their research. And we're coming, with experience and expertise in the impact that gender makes. And so putting these two things together, I think is really exciting. So without more ado, we're going to pass over to the awardees, who I'm sure are feeling very nervous. They haven't been doing such high-level presentations for very long. That's another purpose of these awards, is to give them as much exposure and experience as possible. They come from a wonderful variety of countries. We always have representation from each of our 4 regions, so Asia and Pacific, Latin America, Arab region, and Africa. And our 6 awardees this year come from Rwanda, Yemen, Bangladesh, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Sri Lanka. And all of those countries face very specific challenges in terms of scientific resources and different and very specific challenges also for being women scientists. So they will say, I am sure, a little bit about those challenges, but mostly we want to hear from them right now about their research. And they know that they only have 5 minutes, as everybody else has done throughout the day. And so without more ado, I'm going to, and they'll give a presentation, and then after the presentation, there'll be time for maybe a question on the research itself. If anything is interesting you, or you would like more clarity, please think about a question. You can write it in the chat and I can pick it up, or you can raise your hand. And then when each of the awardees have spoken, there'll also be time for a more general discussion. And I'll first of all be asking the awardees some very specific questions that they've agreed to on the impact of gender in their research. So I hope that's clear. And we're going to start with Miriam Mujawamaria from the University of Rwanda. And Miriam's research is in how various types of indigenous trees respond to different climate scenarios, since erosion is a major environmental concern in Rwanda, and many efforts are being put into landscape restoration and ecosystem-based adaptation. Over to you, Miriam.
Thank you very much, Tonia. Just trying to share my screen. Yeah. Please let me know whether you see my screen.
Yes, that's great. Can you put it on full screen mode? I mean, on PowerPoint mode. We can see all of the different slides at the moment.
How is it now?
Perfect.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this event today, and I'm grateful to OWST and Civia Foundation. My name is Miriam Mujawamaria. I'm a lecturer at the University of Rwanda. In Rwanda, Rwanda is located in Central Africa. My research focus is on climate change and tropical trees, looking how indigenous trees respond to global warming, so that can help Rwanda to become resilient to climate change. Climate change is a major concern worldwide, and in Rwanda, the major problem of environment nowadays is erosion. We also have flooding and landslides due to heavy rainfall. Rwanda has made an effort to restore ecosystems, and the goal is to increase the use of native trees. My research then comes to promote climate change resilience for Rwanda, and by this, I look at the species climate sensitivity, which will be important for Rwanda to address these issues. As I said, we have many efforts that are going on with landscape restoration and ecosystem-based adaptation. By studying these species, we want to make a best choice of tree species that Rwanda will be better prepared to face threats to climate change, to support ecosystem services supplied by these trees. Soil stabilization, climate regulation, biodiversity, bioenergy, and many other products that are provided by indigenous trees. My research is under a tropical mountain trees in a Wama World project, and this uses a Rwanda tropical elevation gradient experiment. We name it Rwanda tree. Rwanda elevation experiment is an elevation gradient that is to simulate future climate. And this is a plantation of 20 native tree species from high and mid, comprising both early successional species and late successional species. They are established at 3 sites in Rwanda. This is a tropical mountain forest among the few remaining block of tropical mountains. We call it Nyungwe Forest in Rwanda. And then we took native trees species from this high elevation, but also from intermediate elevation. And these were planted. This is the map of Rwanda. The trees were planted at 3 sites, one elevation site as a control plot, another second intermediate site, and the lower site, which is Wama site. The same was for some trees taken from intermediates, planted at higher elevation site, also planted at the intermediate site and at a lower elevation site. The experimental design in Rwanda tree project, it is, as I said, at 3 sites along elevation, and a step down into elevation represent a possible warming scenario. We have treatments at each site, whereby we have water treatment, rainout shelters taking out some water to have equal conditions at the intermediate and lower elevation, but also we have irrigation at warmer sites and lower precipitation sites to have equal conditions at the control plot. When we look at these 3 sites, the highest elevation site have higher precipitation, but also low temperature, and intermediate having intermediate climate, while the lower sites is having the lower precipitation and also warm temperature. This is a picture showing the plots at the 3 sites. This one of the 3 sites, showing the trees with different treatment, rainout shelters with this white sheets, and the control ones and irrigation. As I said, we make irrigations, but we also take out water from some plots to see how the change in precipitation, but also the change in the climate based on this elevation gradient can affect the different tree species and how do the trees adapt to different climate conditions. I will show a few results about the physiological warming responses. This is the field work measuring.
Miriam, just to say that you're nearly up to time, so you need to go.
Oh yeah, thank you. Then to show the results, the key result shows that the photosynthesis of these trees is reduced at warmer sites, while it's not reduced at cooler sites, but also this is different responses between early and late successional species. We also investigated the drought effect, and we have seen that drought reduces photosynthesis. The green color is photosynthesis in the early dry season, while the pink one is photosynthesis in late dry season. It has been shown that photosynthesis is very reduced during the dry season at warmer sites. These results have implications for forest tree plantation in Rwanda. Pioneer species do better in warmer climate, and the species with higher leaf temperature suffer most at warmer sites. Then lower elevation species cope better with warming, and both physiology and growth data suggest that lower elevation species would be best candidate for sun-exposed settings like agroforestry, while late successional species may work into plantation forestry for conservation and wood quality. I want to finish by showing how gender is included in climate change in Rwanda. Actually, Rwanda considers gender and environment and climate change as a cross-cutting sector. Environmental and climate change policy of 2019 is also considering gender in Rwanda, and this arcs and encourages effective involvement of women and also young people into the environment and the climate change management vision and also decision making. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Miriam. And indeed, from your last slide, we know that Rwanda is incredibly proactive and ahead of the curve in looking after gender issues. Also in Parliament, I think you have a very good record of representation of women in Rwanda. Thank you so much. Is there a question to do with Miriam's research? If we have time, or we can always pick one up later if you still need some time to think about what she's just said. I can't see any hands raised or any questions in the chat right now. So I'll move on and we can come back to Miriam during the panel session. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Abiya Kayed Ahmed from Al-Said University in Yemen. And Dr. Ahmed is a biologist investigating different microbiology and nanotechnology-based solutions to carbon emissions, drug-resistant pathogens, and fossil fuel dependence. So over to you, Abiya.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you very well.
Yeah, I will try to share my screen.
I think Miriam might need to stop sharing her screen.
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Can you see how to do that, Miriam?
Yeah, can I share
mine
now?
is stopped. Yeah.
Yes, you should be able to share now, Abiya. Are you sharing, Abiya?
Yeah, I'm trying, but okay, let me try again.
So while Abiya is trying to do that, I just are you doing okay, Abiya?
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Okay. You know, it's incredible the importance of trees, Miriam, in climate change. In fact, I just read in the news this morning that they've discovered that trees are even more important than we thought they were in terms of climate change. And it's not just about the carbon dioxide, it's much more about how much moisture they produce in the air. And since we're waiting for a beer, maybe you might want to talk about that. So I'm putting that to you as a question, the importance of trees in climate change.
Dr. Ahmed, you can actually share your presentation from here.
Okay, did you hear that, Abiya?
Yes.
Okay, Miriam, we'll come back to that question later.
All right.
Over to you, Abiya. I think that you can just say when you want the next slide. You could just say next slide, please.
Yes.
So
You have that. Yeah. I will.
Abiya, I suggest that you just start speaking, and I think the technicians will be able to put it on full presentation mode.
But I can't see PT now.
You can't see the screen? Technicians need to click on the lower menu button on the full picture, not down the side, but down on the bottom right hand corner. Yeah, bottom right hand corner. You need to click on the last icon, which will give you the full play mode. There we are. Abia, are you okay? Can you see? Is Abia there? Hello, Abia. Have we lost connection with Abia?
No. She is here.
That's very strange. Abia, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello, Abia. I think your connection is quite poor. Can you hear us? Hello, Abia. Hello? Abia, the connection is really poor. There we are. I think we can hear you now.
Hi, everyone.
It's a really poor connection. I don't know if you need to turn something off or...
I'm happy to be here with you today. My name. Yes, I can. Can I start to present now?
Yes, please do, but it's quite a poor connection, I'm afraid.
Yes, I can see. So, yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, can hear you, yes.
Yeah, but can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Hello? The first slide. Hi, I'm so glad to be today with you. My name is Abir Ahmed. I am from Yemen. I am a head of the department and lecturer at Aside University. My research is focusing on harnessing the power of microorganisms for sustainable development. Next slide, please. I am a microbiologist, which means that as a microbiologist, I can use microorganisms to target many applications, like in agriculture, bioremediation, climate change, biodiesel, and so on. Next slide. One of the major research I'm focusing on is how to mitigate climate change. We all know that climate change can affect our planet negatively in many ways, which can impact human, animals, and also plants, and which can cause floods, hot wave, drought, and so on. So we need to solve this problem. Next slide, please. So as some people, they proposing like to leave Earth and to go to Mars, but I think here, we all here on Earth, we still have a lot of work, like solution here on Earth we can do. Next slide. So we all like different major, like as a chemist, biologist, social scientist, and so on. We can work together so we can heal the Earth. And when we heal the Earth, we can heal ourselves, as David said. So planet Earth have been always our past, also our present, and also our future. Next slide, please. So in my major, like studying different biological processes, which can include plant, animals, microorganism, which we can see it can transfer like the carbon storage from soil to atmosphere and also from atmosphere to soil. So it's like in my major, it's like I focus on microorganism, how can to increase the level of carbon from atmosphere to soil. Next, please. So the problem of climate change is the high level of atmospheric carbon dioxide. So it's like the solution we are proposing. There is we can use microbial inoculants, which like microorganism can sequester carbon from the atmospheric to the soil. In this way, we can mitigate climate change and also improve soil quality. Next, please. When we study like microbial diversity, we have diverse microorganism species and also like genus, and we can match like the proper microorganism which it will be to the proper soil, we can accomplish our goal. Next, please. So we are proposing like to use agricultural land. And we have seen that when we use microbial inoculant, actually it improved the crops yield. Next, please. So in this way, actually, we achieved two targets, which we achieved sustainable agriculture and also climate change mitigation. Next, please. So in my work in general, we have to target it like many of sustainable development goals, which it includes zero hunger, also like gender equality and also climate action. Next, please. Thanks for listening. This summarizes my work on climate change. And sorry for the connection.
Thank you so much, Abia. Lovely, beautiful slides. And actually the connection was very clear. And also your presentation was a really lovely kind of introduction to all of the concerns of climate change and the reason why we're doing this research in the first place. So thank you so much. Are there any questions? I can see actually, I'll just keep going on. There's a question here for Miriam, which we can come back to later. I think perhaps now it might be best if we just go ahead with the presentations and then come back to some specific questions on your research afterwards. So the next person to present is Gausia Chowdhury from Bangladesh. She's working at the University of Dhaka, and she's committed to conserving the aquatic ecosystems and threatened species of Bangladesh, with a focus on assessing the extent of and the risks from plastic pollution. So over to you, Gausia, and I hope you have good luck with the connection. And you need to unmute.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see very well. Yes, you can put it on full presentation mode. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. As Tanya introduced me,
sorry, Gausia, just to say we've had this problem before. It's are you able to, because it's not on full presentation mode, and I don't know if it might be stuck as well. Can you see if the slides will go forwards?
Yeah. Can you see the movement of my slides?
Can see the first one, but can you put it in full presentation mode?
Yeah, I have. It is
this has happened to us all before. I think what you have to do is you have to turn it off and load it again, otherwise it won't move forwards.
Okay. I'm really sorry.
It's not your fault. In fact, we're having lots of technological presentation issues this afternoon, but it's good practice. Perfect. That's much better. Now we can see perfectly.
Let's see if it moves. Is it moving?
No. Do the technicians have your slides?
Yeah,
Perhaps
it would
they
be
can
really
share.
great. Yes.
Are you able to share the slides for Dr. Chowdhury? Hello, Mustafa.
We are doing that now.
Thank you. Perfect. Can you put it on the full presentation mode again, please, Mustafa?
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Over to you, Gausia.
Sorry. Yeah. As Tonya introduced me, I'm Gausia Chudri. I'm working at the Department of Zoology, University of Dhaka, and much for my career, I have been teaching, working, doing research, focusing on threatened species and aquatic ecosystem conservation here in Bangladesh. Today, I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm going to share one of my research work that actually highlights the how we have been empowering women to tackle the abandoned lost and otherwise discarded fishing nets here in Bangladesh. And Bangladesh, I should mention that Bangladesh is a land of wetlands. And next slide, please. Bangladesh is a land of wetlands, and much of our rivers are like the arteries of this nation. And it's a World Bank funded project, and for technical support, we have been working closely with our technical advisors are from Australia and UK. And in this project, we are actually trying to develop a gender equitable circular economy business plan that actually will diverse the discarded fishing nets for recycling, tackling the plastic pollution. Next slide, please. For introducing this project, I would go back to the background of this project, because in 2019, I was really fortunate to be the country lead of a National Geographic expedition right up the Ganges from the sea to source. In this project, we were trying to measure the loads of plastic, how much plastic is coming from the rivers to the ocean, to measure that empirically, but look at but we try to look at the sources of plastic, loads of plastics. Next slide, please. The loads and flows through the system. Next slide, please. This is Bangladesh team. Next slide, please. And next, please. And through this project, we actually interacted. We had water team, we had a land team, we had socioeconomic team, we had technologically expert team, and we tried to interact with the people to get their knowledge. At the same time, we collected data from water, from the air, and from the people to understand the connection between people and plastic. Next slide, please. And we did the riverbank survey. We did the threat assessment for the aquatic species to understand how the plastic accumulation is affecting the aquatic species of the river Ganges. I must mention that river Ganges is one of the most polluted rivers in the world. So we did the riverbank survey, as I mentioned, these 3 points. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is some of the findings, like how these are the species that are mostly affected, and these are we did the net survey, and we analyzed the materials of the net. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, we reported that plastic rivers are acting as the plastic pollution pathways and hotspot. Next slide, please. And some of the findings here I mentioned, which already has been published in the Science of the Total Environment. So we reported that fishing gear is one of the most dangerous source of plastic pollution for rivers as well as for ocean. Next slide, please. And like these, that C2 source Ganges expedition actually helped us to come up with this project. In 2021, we did a feasibility study to understand the scope of the potential of establishing a gender-inclusive value chain within the coastal communities that diverse old fishing nets from the ocean for recycling, tackling plastic pollution, and coast fishing. Next slide, please. And for the feasibility study, this slide shows the density of fishing net types in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the diversity of fishing nets. We have found about 20 to 25 different types of plastic made fishing nets that have been using for the fishing purpose here in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. I'm really sorry about the Azan. And this slide shows the geographical variation in male-female participation ratio in fisheries activities in Bangladesh. I mentioned at the beginning, like Bangladesh is a riverine country, and Bangladeshi people are like synonymous. So, and the fishing is one of the major activities of a major group of people here in Bangladesh. And why we look at the gender dimension? Because most of the cases we found that more than 70% fishers are actually women, but their recognition, but they are not recognized. Their contribution remains unnoticed. Next slide, please. This slide shows the women involved in fishing. Next slide, please. And this is the end of life fishing net value chain we have developed. Next slide, please.
Gauzia, you have 1 or 2 minutes, so you need to wrap up now. Yeah.
Okay. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, like why we focused on gender, because we started to analyze the plastic accumulation rate in river and as well as in the ocean. Then we focused on the fishing nets, and to tackle this fishing net pollution in the aquatic systems of Bangladesh, I personally feel like women are the main. They could play a key role to handle this crisis, because we are the women, we are the mother, we are like synonymous to Mother Nature. Next slide, please. So I think my work is focused on, next slide, please. My work is focused on, one of my current studies also highlights the interaction between plastics and the climate change. Next slide, please. I'm going very fast, sorry. So I think my work is focused on like SDG 5, which actually highlights the women empowerment and gender equality, as well as we all are working together for the climate action, as we are trying to conserve the aquatic species. So our work is also focused on SDG 13, like climate action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gauzia. Thank you. And it's always great to have some background noise. We get some sense of where you're working from and the environment that you're in. Thank you so much. I think I can see that there are some questions that are coming in, to do with all the different presentations. So what I would recommend is that if any of the panelists see a question in the chat that you'd like to answer, you can also answer, by typing in the chat, or you can pick up that question in the discussion at the end. Okay, so keep your eye on the chat and see if there's anything that's specific to you. You can answer it here, and you can also talk about it if you find it interesting in the panel session. So thank you so much, Gausia. And our next speaker is Hedy Calderon from Nicaragua, our first ever awardee from Nicaragua. Very pleased to see you, Hedy. Hedy works at the Instituto de Geología y Geofísica, and she's working to provide secure and sustainable water sources for vulnerable populations in a region of Central America known as the Dry Corridor, which spans Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. And I can see that Hedy miraculously has managed to share her screen and it's on full presentation mode. Great. Over to you, Hedy.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much to the organizers for allowing us to share our research today. I'm very excited to participate in this conference. I've been to Istanbul once, and it's a beautiful city. I hope to come back someday. So as Tanya was saying, my research has to do with groundwater resources and how can we use them to mitigate or adapt to climate change. So I'm a researcher at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua, and I'm the director of the Institute of Geology and Geophysics. So I would like to start by sharing a few images on how climate change affects water resources. We are all familiar with the hydrologic cycle, and climate change, of course, has to do with all the aspects of this cycle, and it affects specifically, for instance, the precipitation regime. So we might have in some regions of the world less frequent precipitation or even more precipitation, which will cause flooding and landslides, for instance. And the increasing temperature is also a concern regarding the water cycle because it will increase evaporation and then reduce the amount of water that is available for the use of human activities. And this is a slide I'd like to share because it explains how aquifers work. Sometimes we are not very familiar of what is groundwater actually, and UNESCO has been promoting this year groundwater as an invisible resource that we have to be aware of. So in this slide, you can see the composition of aquifer. We can see precipitation falling on the land surface. Then we have infiltration. This first region in the soil is called the unsaturated zone because it's not completely filled with water. We have air and humidity. But then we reach something called the water table, which is the water level in our wells. And that's where our aquifers begin. So this region here is where we are interested more in this research. And our project is in the Central American Dry Corridor. This is a big region, Central America. For those who are not familiar with it, we're located in the middle of America, between North and South America. Sometimes we're confused with Mexico, but we're not part of it. So we're 6 countries, starting from Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. In this red area here, it's what we call the dry corridor. Why it's dry? Because it rains less than the average, and we have very long periods of drought, more than 6 months per year. This affects, of course, the livelihoods of these peoples, and they are very vulnerable because most of them rely on rain-fed agriculture. So we have around 10.5 million people living in this region from Central America, and 3.5 million of them need humanitarian assistance, and 1.6 million suffer from food insecurity, which is related, of course, to climate change and climate variability. So in the face of these challenges, a group of researchers from Central America, we decided to create a network called HidroRedca, and we're focusing on how to propose new strategies to adapt to these challenges related to climate change, the lack of precipitation, how to improve people's conditions and make them more secure in the face of these threats. So we are focusing on 4 research lines. Today, I will only focus on the first one, which is aquifer characterization to improve people's preparedness and resilience to climate change and hydroclimatic extreme events. I'm leading this research group, and my other colleagues are also working on the implications and uncertainties on climate threats, on water-related disaster risk management, and on livelihoods and water availability. So we're trying to deal with this issue from a very multidisciplinary perspective, and we are very proud of these efforts. So focusing on the hydrogeological aspects of the corridor of this region, first we realized we needed to do an assessment of what we know if we wanted to use aquifer as a buffer to mitigate the impacts of climate change. We need to know how many aquifers we have, what kind of characteristics they have. And in Central America, this information is very fragmentary. The quality varies from one country to another. For instance, Nicaragua has a hydrogeological map, but Guatemala and El Salvador don't, and that's a big challenge. So we are trying to create the first hydrogeological map of this whole region and to provide that as a tool for decision makers and stakeholders to plan the use of water resources in the region. So we did a bibliographic research of all the information available so far. And we designed these criteria to select the kind of information we could use to create the map of the region. So this information should be traceable. We should be able to check its quality. It should be either peer-reviewed or official from government institutions. The hydrogeological classes, which is the classification we wanted to use, should be broad enough to include all the types of aquifers in the region because we have very different geologies sometimes. And it should also give a clear indication of the nature of the aquifer media that indicates if the aquifer is poor or it's very productive. And the nomenclature should be based on some international standard because our goal is to publish this internationally. There are no published maps of these kinds for Central America, not for the dry corridor, only very general maps. And based on this criteria and the research we did, we came up with this classification. Basically, we have volcanic aquifers, and we can subclassify them into porous and fracture. Fracture is when the rock is very hard and then you have these cracks in the rocks and they can store and transmit water. But we can also have a combination of materials that are volcanic and sedimentary. That's also a very important type of aquifer for Central America. Other aquifers are only sedimentary, which may be, for instance, the ones formed around the river valleys. The deposits of the sediments from the rivers are called also sedimentary aquifers. And we can also have sedimentary fracture aquifers. And the last type we came up with was metamorphic aquifers. So this is an example of the analysis we made. We took all the geologic information from each country, the available information, when sometimes it's very scarce, the hydrogeological information, and we did a cross comparison. Most of the descriptions are based on lithology, so we have to interpret this information and translate it into hydrogeological terms that could be used as an indication of aquifer and groundwater productivity. So this is, for instance, the case of Guatemala. There was no hydrogeological map, but we found a geologic map. So we used the lithologic description to characterize the aquifers. And we did the same things for the other 5 countries.
Heather, you have 1 minute left, I'm afraid.
Thank you. I'm about to finish. And this is the result. This is the map of Central America. So we start from Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. And basically what we want to highlight here is the most important aquifers so far in this region are volcanic aquifers, either fracture or porous. This is very important. This is where most population live. And we usually hear there's no groundwater in the dry corridor, but we think there is, and we need to do more research to keep characterizing these aquifers and provide alternatives to these populations. And these are detailed images for each country. We're still refining these maps with the help of our colleagues. And well, basically, we are very happy that we came up with this first map of the hydrogeological conditions of the dry corridor. And we think this is a very useful and important tool for decision makers and the people who live here, because now they have like a guidance to understand how can groundwater help them to deal with climate change. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Hedi. That was really comprehensive and a great, taking us through explaining exactly what an aquifer is so that we can understand before you talked in more detail, and putting in context of the geographical location is always really helpful as well. Sounds like amazing research and a wonderful network. So thank you for telling us about it. And our next speaker is Ashani Savinda Ranathunga, who is working at the University of Moratuwa in Sri Lanka. And Ashani is turning industrial and agricultural waste into anthropogenic, that is man-made soil, for geotechnical engineering related applications. And she's a proponent of the waste to wealth concept, which means producing green and value-added products from waste. So over to you, Ashani.
Thank you, Tonya. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's perfect and it's full screen. Well done.
Okay, then let me start. So thank you very much for this opportunity. So I am actually currently affiliated in the School of Civil Engineering, University of Leeds, United Kingdom, but all the research work I'm presenting today have been done at University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. So among the several research work I do for climate change, I have selected the topic waste to wealth to discuss today, and I will tell the reason at the end of the presentation. So waste, is it really a problem? Yes, waste become a problem if we do not manage the waste properly. So for my research, I generally use industrial and agricultural waste. So let's have a glimpse on what are these waste. So industrial waste means the waste generated through some industrial processes as a byproduct, which has no use again for these processes. So for example, from the coal-fired power plants where we generate power from coal, so they burn coal, and from the kiln, we are getting coal fly ash and coal bottom ash as byproducts, which becomes a waste at the end. Similarly, we have different waste generated from industries. So another interesting waste in industries is construction and demolition waste coming from the construction work. So they are highly heterogeneous, and we have different types of waste generated from this construction work. So even we don't think much, from agricultural work also, we develop a lot of waste. For example, from rice production, after the rice is taken out, the husk becomes a waste. So likewise, every day we are producing so much waste. If I try to quantify them as a production per annum, so these values are for Sri Lanka, some of the selected waste of industrial and agriculture. So if I try to give an idea about this amount, these are in metric tons. So a full truck load weighed around 20 metric tons. So you can imagine how much waste is generated even from a small country like Sri Lanka, where we have only around 22 million people. So for example, fly ash, it's around 10,000 full truck loads. So it's very important to manage them properly. Otherwise, it causes for environmental pollution and also create health and safety hazards, leading to changes in climate. So a very recent article pointed out that the atmospheric modifications created by the coal fly ash will drive us for the first anthropogenic. It means man-made mass extinction of life on Earth, which emphasizes us the importance of tackling this waste effectively. So the solution is proper waste management. This is the waste management hierarchy. So we need to pay more attention to avoid the waste generation. If cannot, we should utilize it effectively for different other uses. So my research is basically focused on utilizing this waste in different ways for different type of applications in geotechnical engineering. So I will highlight only one aspect, which is shortage of soil in construction industry. Soil is a natural resource, and currently we are facing a problem for not having suitable soil for different type of construction work. So this can affect economically for the development of a country by delaying our development projects. Not only that, it creates some different issues. So for example, abandoning the clay pits after mining because we don't have suitable soil to fill these areas create environmental pollution and public health hazards. At the same time, so unfortunate incidents which cause life threats, like shown in this news article, 2 children dead after falling into clay pit, mother dies trying to save them. It's so unfortunate to see these kind of news coming. So what I try to do is use the waste as an anthropogenic, it means a man-made soil, so that we can utilize the waste and also find a solution for this problem. So I try to use the coal bottom ash for this clay mine rehabilitation. So what I try to do is, so this is a photograph of an abandoned clay mine. I wanted to turn this place into something like this. So here I consider different aspects. So the primary aspect is as a fill material. There I found that coal bottom ash is suitable for this application because it has very promising engineering properties like the compaction characteristics, strength, the drainage characteristics and slope stability is better and are in the ranges that we need as a fill material. The other thing was that these areas are having very steep slopes, so and also near water bodies, therefore it can create some soil erosion. So I checked the performance of bottom ash and found that it has very low value for annual soil loss, so which is very promising for this task. The other thing is, when we do mining, the ecosystem of these areas are highly damaged. Therefore, we need to try to restore it during the rehabilitation. And I checked it for the coal bottom ash as well and found that it has a porous structure, facilitate the root growth and higher water holding capacity and some nutrients which are suitable for some selected native flora and fauna to be grown in this area. So this can be utilized as a fill material in the clay mine rehabilitation. But when we are using waste, there's an important thing that we need to consider, which is the heavy metals it has. So it can create some threat to environment. So we need to check the heavy metal leachability. So I found that the values are well below the allowable limits. So we can utilize it as it is without doing any kind of treatment. So which is very cost effective for a developing country like Sri Lanka. The other thing is the coal power generation plant and also these abandoned clay mines are situated nearby in Sri Lanka. So the transportation cost is also very low. So it's very beneficial in that sense. So this research covers or try to address different goals in the sustainable development targets by reducing the environmental impact by waste management and ensure sustainable consumption and efficient use of natural resources. So finally, I would like to highlight my take on the gender equality for climate change related work. I believe that working on climate change should not be gender biased because we cannot actually segregate. This should be done by men, this should be done by women. But what we try to do is provide fair and equal opportunities for all. So this is my research group. So now I will tell the reason why I selected this waste to wealth to present today, because all the things I presented today in my presentation have been done by my female research students. So you can see that they have done a brilliant job. So it's a matter of fact that we provide the fair and equal opportunities for all, so not only for research, but starting from policy and decision making to where we put them into action so that we can effectively, efficiently, and successfully try to work to combat with the climate change. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Ashani. Again, really professional, beautiful slides and a great example of excellent science communication, talking about complex issues in a really, really clear and helpful way and making a big impact with your research in your country. Thank you so much. I know how much time you put into preparing those slides. And our final speaker today is Flor de Mayo González Miranda, who's working at San Carlos University in Guatemala. And Dr. Miranda investigates how a specific grass, which she will tell us the name of, I'm sure, prevents landslides in vulnerable areas in Guatemala, since climate change is causing increasingly strong periods of rain in that country. The plant's roots alter the chemical, physical, and mechanical behavior of the soil, reducing the speed of soil infiltration as well as soil plasticity. So over to you, Flor. Well done. We can see your screen, Flor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Flor, just a sec. Can you put it? Excellent. Well done. And can you just check if it's moving forwards? Yes, I think it looks like it's working.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Flor de Mayo González Miranda from the University of San Carlos de Guatemala. You can see buried people in these pictures. So this is a big trouble in my country. My work is about bioengineering applied to slope stabilization in Guatemala. I have a gender data in Guatemala. Only 2% of city halls are run by women. We have a lot of girls becoming mothers so fast. And we suffered of so much violence against women. And in the factor of education, Mayan women have an average of 3 years of schooling. They work in commerce where they don't have social security, and they work in agriculture is considered as a contribution to the work of men in rural areas. Therefore, it's not paid. 43% of men work in agriculture and only 10.2% of women. Landslides and settlements, lack of decent housing policy. The natural catastrophes are frequent in Latin America and the Caribbean. The causes, rugged topography of Guatemala. 40%. The country is ranked as one of the 5 highest risk countries in the world. Deforestation, lack of watershed maintenance, and climate change increase rainfall and its impact. Poverty puts more and more population at risk due to human settlements. The poverty in Guatemala, as an important fact from the United Nations Development Program, the poverty in Guatemala is 90.6%. This group of people suffers some type of deprivation and has the highest percentage of chronic child malnutrition in America. It is of 49.8% and affects children under 5 years of age. My investigation is about the Vetiveria cycinoides or chrysopogon, a grass native from India and used around the world and have the Vetiver Network International. But my study is about the relationship between the roots of Vetiveria and the soil under the roots. What kind of tests I made under the roots? X-ray diffraction, physisorption, plasticity, granulometry, triaxial compression, and more diagram, consolidation, and infiltration. You can see all the tools. We have an example of graphic about the pore size and density, how the plants change the size of pore. we have another example of graphics, the use of ChromeWatts, and CleanWatts software provided by FAO. It's important because it's free and useful. We make the ombrothermic diagram. The average temperature is 90.4 degrees. The relative humidity of the area is 78%. And we can find the another data about it. So if you can use the ChromeWatt and CleanWatt, use it, please. And thank you, FAO. The conclusion, the vetiveria makes in the soil smaller pores, close to zero plasticity, no morillonite found, cause of slides in soil, change its classification according to Casa Grande from CLA to ML. Thank you for your attention. And thank you to Elsevier Foundation and the Organization of Women in Science for the developing world, because this prize gives me a voice that sounds in the principal newspaper and communication media. And my strong message is about the lack of decent housing policy in front of slides. And another topics, I think in general about the importance of decentralization. The most position in my country are in the city, and the poverty is in the rural areas. I think too, the training is one alternative of the formal education. And of course, we need to decrease the corruption because it stole opportunities and money from education, health, environment care, and investigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Flor, for that very profound analysis of the very specific challenges that you face there in Guatemala. And it was really good that you gave us that context as well, which is quite a stunning and very challenging context that we need to be reminded of. So thank you so much for your presentation. Well, we're doing very well in terms of timing, everybody, so well done. Now we're moving into the panel discussion. So we have agreed on some questions between us that I will ask you. And before we do that, I just wanted to do a quick recap of what has been talked about today, and then we can think about making some comparisons as well as we go through. We have gone from thinking about the importance of indigenous trees to landslides in Rwanda. We've looked at the use of microbiology in improving food production and agriculture in Yemen. We've looked at the extent of plastic pollution in Bangladesh and the impact on fishing. We have heard about sustainable water sources in the aquifers in the dry corridor of Central America, originating in the first place from Nicaragua. And we have heard about agricultural waste and how we may be able to use landfill, engineer landfill, to resolve the challenges of empty mines in Sri Lanka. And we've also heard just now about how grasses, through a whole series of experiments and analyses, can be used to prevent soil erosion in Guatemala. So we've really been around the world and around the disciplines. And the thing that's been bringing everything together is a focus on climate change and research done by you all women scientists working in your very challenging context and doing excellent research. So I can see that some messages have come in, and some of you have been asking, some of you have been responding to questions that have come in for you as well. I just want to focus on the gender aspects. And if you have a chance to look through the chat, and if you notice that there's a question for you, you can also answer that if you haven't already answered it. So Abia, hi there. How is your connection? I think you've got a better connection now, right?
Yeah, I'm using the phone.
Great. So my question to you is, do you think that having women scientists involved in climate change research makes a difference to the solutions proposed, and how?
Yeah, of course. For me as a supervisor, like for students, usually when I ask them like to, to be in groups, so it will be like groups only girls, groups only like men, and there is a mix. I always seen that the groups which is like both males and females there, which give like the efficient work and the best ideas, and also in a short time. Even when I see them like discussing, each one add to the solution and improve the solution. For me, especially like women and also children, they are most impacted by climate change and many issues, and as the panelist has said earlier this morning and also this afternoon. So as someone who's impacted by that, can see solution and other side of the problem, which they can't see. So they are really important to contribute to this solution. And as I told you, from my experience, the groups which is mixed male and female always come up with the most efficient and great ideas.
Thank you, Abia, for a very positive final remark. Now I'm moving over to Ashani. Hi, Ashani. And your question is, what are the kinds of gender differences that should be considered by researchers working in your field?
Well, my point, as I mentioned in my presentation, I actually want it to be more gender neutral than gender biased, because I don't want to say that the gender differences. So I think it's different strengths that people have. So according to the strengths, yes, when we might need to be, we should do some selection. So I don't want to call it as a gender difference. So from my research field or the area I'm working, so it incorporates a lot of field work and also a lot of macro scale experimentation where you need to handle a lot of heavy instruments and heavy machineries. So in the physical strength wise, it will be a little bit demanding for women, physically demanding to do those tasks. It doesn't mean that you can't, but it will be more effective if you can work as a group rather than trying to do it alone, or with some other, maybe female researchers or male researchers as a group. So yes, we have an option for that. But when we are working for those kind of like field work or macro scale work, we can consider working as groups rather than trying to do it alone. So something to think of. And the other thing is, I have found that the female researchers are more likely to have that consider the societal factors than the men, especially when we do questionnaire surveys, because when we are doing some community research work, we need to do some questionnaires or have some communication with the people who are affected with those things, especially what I presented today, this clay mine rehabilitation. So there, let's say, for example, if I give the same questionnaire to a male researcher or a female researcher and ask them to go interview the people who are affected and come up with some information solutions, I see that the female researchers or my students have performed well, and maybe because they try to empathize with the people and try to get more information and try to get a lot of inside stories. And the thing I presented, that I want to convert this abandoned clay mine into something like this. Actually, it is I'm trying to focus to make a recreational area. So because it also came from a questionnaire did by these female students, because the people, they have opened up more and they have said, let's see what happened to these two kids died, and unfortunately mother also died falling into these clay pits because they don't have enough play areas to play, because they have mined all everywhere and they are abandoned. So we face with these kind of problems. So where if you are trying to fill these areas, why don't you convert into some place where our kids can go and play safely? So that's how that idea came. Okay, let's try to create a recreational area, restoring the ecosystem and feel and like that. So the solution came from them. So it was taken by the questionnaire did by the female students, but from the male students, it didn't came. So I think that it's because of the empathy, or they try to be more friendly, and the people also try to be more open when you become friendly. So that's something I saw. So I think a very interesting strength I see in female researchers when we are doing research work. And the other thing is, actually, I'm not sure whether I should tell you, because I think it depends on different individuals, because after doing this research work, after we find out that it is suitable, so then we should go and apply in the field. But when you apply in the field, we need the help or some support from the authorities or some administrative people and some politicians maybe and all. But they are using this gender difference term as an excuse or reason to not to do it. Because they say, okay, like this has been done by some women. Have they done it properly? Can you use the waste as a soil? No, I don't think so. So I'm not that much of supportive on this. That's what their input. But when we send some male engineers who are working as residential engineers there to talk about it, they are more positive. Okay, let's give a try. So it's a matter of some, I think it's not all, some different individuals' mentality. So in those cases, so because we need to get the work done, so when we do the research, so sometimes we have to focus on sending or using more male researchers than female researchers when we go for the field application part. But it should not have happened, because it's a collective effort. So it should be given for everybody. So that's why I said that fair and equal opportunities from the policy and decision making, that place also there should be a representation from the female to make it happen. So because gender difference or these trends are coming from nature for us, but it can make it more effective by proper nurturing.
Thank you so much, Asani. Make many interesting and strong points. And in fact, a lot of what you're saying has come up throughout the day, and in the two previous sessions, we've been talking a lot about these issues. And I think we still got some people in the room who've been attending all day. They might want to make some comments as well on what you've just said. So thank you, Ashani. And now I've a question for both Miriam and Gausia. So Miriam, perhaps you could answer first. The question is, do you have any examples from your own research or personal or professional experience of how women are more impacted by climate change than men?
Thank you very much. Not from my professional experience, but from the whole society, that when we look at how people are living, and taking an example of Rwandan case, I think actually women have a greater vulnerability to climate change than men. This is based on gender-specific responsibilities of women. And I think also this can be based on where the women are living globally. If they are located to developing countries or developing countries, they might be affected differently. When it comes to this developing countries, actually women are facing challenges when it comes to this weather changes related hazards, and especially when it comes to the climate change, it brings a burden to this unpaid care work of women they do. Women in rural areas, they are responsible for looking for food, collecting firewood, collecting water, and so on. When it comes to this climate-related hazard, it makes it very complicated to them. And also another issue is that when it has to be like house destruction by this hazard, when it comes to be like loss of economic activities, men abandon their families, and then women stay with children, and they can like be overloaded in a sense that they are responsible for everything, and they take care both of the family, of children, but also making sure that they are the one that will ensure that everything is going on the right way in the family, while men, when it comes, like when the life becomes harsh, they go away and look for the soft life. And I think in that sense, women are really more affected by climate change impact compared to men. You are muted, Tonya.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Miriam. Fantastic. And Gosia, do you have some comments to follow up from Miriam on the same question?
Yeah. As I mentioned in my presentation, like more than about 70% women are involved in fisheries related activities. I'm quoting one example from my current research, and Bangladesh, like as it is already mentioned in many research, like in coastal areas, people are more vulnerable to climate change, and among this group of people, women are more like a victim of climate change related natural disaster. So in my research, we have categorized different activities or roles, like work, like women are working for fish processing plants and fish drying centers. In this sector, 80% contribution have been reported from women, and only 20% for men. So it is visible, like they are working in the fisheries sector, but their contribution is not recognized, but they are like very much prone to the climate related vulnerabilities. And then again, for involving shrimp processing industries, because most of the shrimp processing hairs or industries are adjacent to Sundarbans or like coastal areas here in Bangladesh. Here 88% women are involved, but their contribution is not recognized. Only 12% male are involved, and more people, like we know about male are working there, but 88% women are working there. So it's visible that women are working, but their contribution is not recognized, but they are prone to the climate-related vulnerabilities. In two of my study sites, one is Cox's Bazar, one of the largest beach of the world. There are more fisheries-related activities are going on there, and another is Chor Fashion, very close to the Bay of Bengal. So if in the two study sites, there are women groups we developed, and actually now we are trying to empower them, because if they are involved in net recycling, that will give them an opportunity for income generation. And if they're empowered with like the resources, like monetary resources, it will help them to raise their voice. And these days, things have been improving, and we reported in some areas, men are also supporting women if they are like monetary, in terms of monetary solvency, if they are very strong and they can raise their voice, they can convince their decision-making family members like father or male or like a partner, then it actually helps them. if we can provide them, if we can convince them, like if you are involved in net recycling, it will actually help the your fisheries related activities. It will ultimately help your future generation to have a pollution free ocean. And so women are empowered in that way. And if that avenue, if that sector can provide some income generation perspective, that help actually that women group to convince their decision making main authorities. So I
Thank
think
you,
in the near
Gausia. Thank you. I'm
future-
going to have to stop you there because actually
It's okay.
we're running over time, and I'm
It's okay.
conscious that we've got a wrap-up session that we need to do as well. So thank you so much. I'm just going to ask Hedi and Floor if you would like to comment on the relationship between research and gender, or anything that you'd like to say about those two aspects. Hedi, over to you.
Sure, thank you. Yes, I was reminding the start of my career. I started doing groundwater modeling, so I focused a lot of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. But as my career progressed, my sensitivity to these issues, especially gender, not just because of my own experience, but because of what I've seen in the field with women struggling to get water for their families and to get just the means to get by. That completely changed my perspective and made me realize that we had to work as a community of researchers, combining efforts not only from hard science, but also from other disciplines, and sociology, economy, psychology, water resources management are super important. And I'm very happy to share these experiences and hear from my colleagues here all the struggles. I think we all share the same issues, but it's important to know that we have this community and we can give support to each other and hopefully inspire other women to continue our research career. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much, Hedi. Floor, final comments?
Thank you. Yes, I think after this, I have the time for make a group, a women group, focus on gain money and try to get out of the poverty. But in general, my intention and the intention and the goals in the life are not the money accumulation. I think it's more important give, it's more important help, and try to find solutions and answers. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. That's a wonderful way to wrap up the session. I think I need to check in with Professor Aslan because I think we need to conclude this session, even though we haven't been able to bring in the audience in a live way, although the audience has been putting questions in the chat, which have been answered by our awardees. So I'm sorry we've gone a little bit over time, Professor Aslan, but over to you.
Thank you, Tonya, Professor Thompson, and Mrs. Yılan, who is the director of Hesapları Foundation. So, Tonya, it was really a great opportunity for us to host you here. And I am so sorry, not in real media. They're very delicious apple pies and teas for you, but we missed this chance. So I hope that next time we will have it. So regarding with the concluding marks, probably Mustafa will share with you some numbers and figures related with today's efforts. Of course, not only in number phase, but the contents were so interesting, and we were so happy to get a knowledge about the details on the progress in that field. So just probably I can underline one thing more. One of the colleagues especially suggest me during the building up the research groups, we kindly invite some colleagues who are specialized in business management, managing and administration. So hence climate is very multidisciplinary topics. We also never forget about to get a cooperation with that colleagues to manage and to have the great programs for features. So as you see here, we have totally, if we kindly enlarge the numbers, we have totally 19 papers we discussed today. And also from totally from the number of countries are As you see here, total number of countries. It is clear here, and amongst the 13 countries, we had a very impressive presentations, and we would like to thank all authors and co-authors. So just I would like to thank, and for the future plan, probably we need to extend our network, as our young colleagues mentioned about it. We should build up the linkage related with the old emails. We will share it with you. And if someone would like to send full paper, let's say 6-10 pages, we can publish all the papers, even not with the full one, but if they would like to add the extended abstracts with 3 pages, we would like to prepare the electronic version of the proceeding in a month. So you have enough time for 3 weeks to send. We will make an announcement if Tonya and Thompson, if you are agree, and we can invite our colleagues to send their papers, and we can publish it in PDF form in electronic version with the ISBN number. Thank you very much for all your efforts, all your organizations. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Aslan. That's a wonderful opportunity again, another opportunity for being published as well. So of course we would be very, very happy, I'm sure. So if any of the awardees would like to send in their papers, I'm sure you'll be writing to them, right, Professor Aslan, with instructions.
We have the desk, special desk for online publishing and all the groups there, so we can do it easily. And we also would like to have the periodic meeting, I think every year. I don't know.
I think it would be excellent to have further talks about how we can continue these discussions around gender action and climate change, which I think have been really productive, and perhaps we can bring in the broader OS network as well, including some fellows and some members, and I think they'd really appreciate these discussions. It's been really, really interesting, and it's so great as well, because when you have a theme like this, you get so many different perspectives from all the different disciplines, and I think at the same time there's a great deal in common, and I'm sure that people who have listened throughout the day will have found some really interesting collaborations and considerations between you. I hope that's happened. It seemed as though there was a lot that was being said that could be connected in some way, even if it was mathematics and engineering with agriculture. I mean, there were lots and lots of connections. It was really, really interesting. I wonder if I could can I take advantage of the fact that I can see Enrico Fioli is here online, who had to leave earlier, because I wanted to ask you, Enrico, if you could tell us a little bit more about the green wall, which you didn't have time to tell us about in your presentation. Could you just tell us what that is?
Yeah, it is a very interesting initiative. The idea started in 1952, I think. And it is going on slowly, of course. There are other priorities, I think, in the world. Not for me. For me, this is one of the most important priority. But
can you tell us what it is? Can you describe it?
Yeah, it is there is a project that want to build a green belt. A green belt that is going from Rwanda, from Ghana, sorry, to Djibouti. And if I can show the slide, I don't know if I have here the slide. Yes, I think I can show the slide just few seconds if I find condivido schermo. See, yes. This one. No. Remote sensing manuscript. If I find it, sorry.
Professor, we can share it if you want.
I don't know. I don't find this one. I think. No, I don't know what it is. I lost it.
You can just tell us.
Yes, I just tell. And the for the moment, there are only 50.
Professor, they have found. I think they're sharing it.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. If you go ahead, more ahead, so you see that the belt is just going up here, down here actually in the area that is more has more risk of desertification. Just the belt is going down here, not of course not on the desert, but in the ecotone, let's say the ecotone, the transition zone toward the desert. If you go ahead, some more, yes, go more. Here you can see the line, so the belt from Gambia, yes, from Gambia to Djibouti, and then for the moment it is, I think there are more than 100,000 square kilometers of the belt. It is planned, but it's not only, let's say, reforestation. There are many other activities. You can find this the news in the internet. If you look for green belt wall, you can find a lot of information on these initiatives. So there is not only they don't do only the reforestation, but they start also to create small solar power centrals, so solar power, energy power, and and many other initiatives are going on there. Of course, the initiative need funding. There is who funds this initiative is the World Bank, of course, World Bank, the UNEP. So there are some United
I think
Nations.
you said, Professor, that it was particularly women that I saw that you had some photos.
Yes, women
are very much involved in this project.
Very much in this. I think there are involved more women than men, and they take care in seedling, in a lot of work, as I show you in some slides more.
Yes, I think you can just scroll down a bit more and we can see the pictures.
Yes, a little bit down. You can see that the people that are working are mainly women, actually, in the
Can keep
field.
scrolling down. Yeah.
Yes, in the field.
Yeah.
They are preparing the plants. They are organizing material. They are bringing also children for the in the field. So I think that is a wonderful initiative that actually my feeling is in the hand of the women, actually.
Thank you. It's great that you had a chance to tell us about that, because I know that we had to cut you off short in your presentation. So
thank you very much for inviting me, and then I have to go now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tonya, and Zafer and all the participants. So I hope that we met in another occasion again. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Jennifer, would you like to say something to conclude?
Well, that is absolutely extraordinary. And I'm going to take this further, because I'm going to a rather interesting meeting where we're going to discuss with Nobel laureates the 10 most important projects for the future of humankind. Nothing important, but this is certainly going to be on my list with the role of women. So I will definitely take this further.
Back to you, Professor Aslan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really, it is pity. It is almost end of the session. So we really would like to meet with you the following year, let's say. And you are all the young colleagues, including the speakers. They are included in our distinguished scientist list. So we will share all the corresponding addresses with you and some nice photos taken by my colleagues. So it was really informative and encouraging. Thanks, Cindy. Tonya. Thank you very much, Professor Thompson. Thank you very
And
much.
thank you so much from OST for hosting this wonderful event and for giving the awardees especially this great opportunity to talk about their exciting research. Looking forward to working with you more. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot to Mustafa. Please come here. So we are all, together with my young colleagues, we are so happy, and then we would like to congratulate all the young kids. Ci vediamo dopo.
Ci vediamo. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yes, please. You have some? Would you like to add something, please? No? This was